A special guest that I got for our meeting that we haven't seen in a while. It's old Gavel. Um, I went to the city and county building and I decided to bring him home since we might not be back there for a while longer. So he's here. I know I've missed him. You probably have too. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. I'll call this meeting to order. Welcome to tonight's City Council formal meeting. We're continuing to hold our meetings remotely due to the declarations of emergency related to the pandemic and earthquake. While we hold our meetings remotely, we're happy to have you connecting with us online or by phone. Thank you for joining us. To begin, we'll take a moment of silence as we recite the Pledge of Allegiance. When we're done, we'll turn our audio and videos back on. Okay. Welcome back. So while we're conducting our meeting tonight electronically, which is different from our normal in-person meetings, I will cover the guidelines for our public comment and hearing section of our agenda. So we are at item A4, which is, I'll cover that in just a minute. First, we're going to approve the minutes of several meetings. The work session minutes of Tuesday, April 14th, 2020, and Tuesday, May 19th, 2020, as well as the formal meeting minutes of Tuesday, June 9th, 2020, Tuesday, June 16th, 2020, Tuesday, July 7th, 2020, Tuesday, August 11th, 2020, Tuesday, September 1st, 2020, and the Truth and Taxation meeting minutes of Tuesday, August 11th, 2020. I will look for a motion, and no, you do not need to state all of the dates that I just provided.
Mr. Chair, so moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Fowler and a second from Councilmember Johnston. Is there any discussion of this item? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and roll call it. Councilmember Rogers.
Yes.
Johnston.
Yes.
Valdemoros.
Yes.
Mono.
Yes.
Dugan.
Yes.
Fowler.
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. Those are approved unanimously. We will move on to item number 5, which is a joint ceremonial resolution with Mayor Mendenhall declaring the second Monday in October as Indigenous Peoples Day in Salt Lake City. I'll go ahead and read the resolution. A joint resolution declaring the second Monday in October as Indigenous Peoples Day in Salt Lake City. Whereas Salt Lake City recognizes the city is built upon the homelands of the indigenous peoples of this region whose histories are intertwined with the settlement of Salt Lake City. And whereas Salt Lake City values indigenous peoples' contributions to our community, including their knowledge, labor, technology, science, philosophy, arts, and deep cultural influences that substantially shape the character of Salt Lake City. And whereas Salt Lake City has a responsibility education and social crises, and whereas Salt Lake City promotes closing the equity gap for Indigenous peoples by supporting policies and practices that ensure greater success, opportunity, and honor to our nation's Indigenous roots, history, and contributions, and whereas Indigenous Peoples Day was first proposed in 1977 by a delegation of Native nations to the United Nations, sponsoring the International Conference on Discrimination Against Indigenous Populations in the Americas, and whereas Salt Lake City established its Human Rights Commission in 2005, committing itself to protect, respect, and fulfill the full range of inherent human rights for all as set forth in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and numerous other international human rights treaties, and whereas Indigenous communities and tribes in Utah recognize the second Monday of October as Indigenous Peoples Day and call upon the city to officially celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day in order to promote tolerance, understanding, and friendship, and to combat prejudice and eliminate discrimination stemming from colonization. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Salt Lake City Council and Mayor of Salt Lake City strongly support that Indigenous Peoples Day shall be an opportunity to celebrate the thriving cultures and values of the Indigenous peoples of our region. Be it further resolved that the Salt Lake City Council and Mayor of Salt Lake City strongly encourage Salt Lake City Public Schools to teach about the culture, government, and history of Indigenous peoples on this day, and encourage residents, businesses, organizations, and public institutions to recognize Indigenous Peoples Day. Be it further resolved, the City Council, the Salt Lake City Council, and the Mayor of Salt Lake City firmly commit to continue its efforts to promote the well-being and growth of Salt Lake City's American Indian and Indigenous community, and declares the second Monday in October as Indigenous Peoples Day in Salt Lake City. I'll look for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move we adopt the joint resolution.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Johnston and a second from Councilmember Fowler. Is there any discussion to this? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and proceed to a roll call vote. Councilmember Rogers,
Yes.
Johnston,
Yes.
Valdemoros,
Yes.
Mono,
Yes.
Dugan,
Yes.
Fowler,
Yes.
and I'm a yes as well. That is unanimous. And we'll go ahead and approve that and send it to the mayor for her signature as well. I want to welcome Moroni Benali from Restoring Ancestral Winds, who is with us to virtually accept this resolution. So thank you, Moroni, for being here. Are you there?
Yes, thank you, Chris.
Oh, good. There you are.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, great. Well, thank you for being here for this. And we wish that we could give it to you in person like we normally do, and get a photo and all that. So I'm sorry that we're not able to do that this year, but we're really glad to have you with us. And we're very grateful for the opportunity to give this recognition, and for you to accept it on behalf of Indigenous peoples in Salt Lake City.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all members of the council and the mayor as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Stay safe. Okay. We're now at portion B of our agenda, which is the public comment section. Let's see. Our formal meeting agenda has been adjusted to accommodate the electronic meeting, and we are going to combine our general comment and public comment hearings. In addition to the comments given tonight, our office has received a number of public comments through email. Those will be included as part of the public record. Now I want to take a minute to explain our electronic process. Although we're all joining the meeting electronically, we do still want to provide a space for people to feel comfortable and safe to participate. To help facilitate our comment period, please be respectful. Avoid yelling or making racial slurs, obscene or defamatory remarks. The council respects all points of view, and we welcome new insights. If a caller is not respectful, you will be given one warning, and if the caller continues to not follow the council's meeting rules, we will need to mute your microphone. Out of our staff helping to moderate the meeting tonight, Amanda Lau will be messaging with the attendees to coordinate on public commenting. Please monitor the chat screen for information and/or feel free to message our staff for any questions. Again, her name is Amanda Lau. Robert Nutzman will be calling the names of callers and unmuting the lines. Once we open public comment, we will list the names of the three commenters, or list names of three commenters at a time so that people can have some notice and be prepared to speak. If you do not wish to speak, please message our staff to let them know, or when the host states your name, please let us know that you're just here to listen, and we'll move on to the next caller. If you do wish to speak, when the meeting host unmutes your line, please state your name, indicate the agenda item or items that you wish to speak on, and the 2-minute timer will begin. At the 2-minute mark, the host will announce time and your microphone will be muted. If you indicated that you want to speak to more than one item, then the host will prompt you to move on to your second topic. Of course, if you're unable to complete your full comments within the time available, please feel free to mail the Salt Lake City Council at P.O. Box 145 476, Salt Lake City, Utah 84114-5476. You can also email us at council.comments@slcgov.com, or you can call our 24-hour phone line at 801-535-7654. In addition to our general public comment period, there are 9 public hearings tonight. Item B1 is an ordinance that would amend the RMF 30 zoning district and corresponding sections of Salt Lake City ordinance. Item B2 is an ordinance that would rezone the parcels located at 402 and 416 East, 900 South from residential business district and neighborhood commercial district to community business district. This involves the Southwest Market. Item B3 is an ordinance that would modify Chapter 18.44, the Fire Protection Code. Item B4 is an ordinance that would amend the zoning map and master plan for a property located at approximately 261 North Redwood Road. Item B5 is an ordinance that would rezone the east half of a property at 989 East, 900 South from residential/business zoning district to community business zoning district. Item B6 is the updated draft master plan for the Salt Lake City Cemetery. Item B7 is an ordinance that would amend the zoning map and future land use map for the property located at 833 South, 800 East. Item B8 is regarding changes to the city's demolition ordinance. And item B9 is an ordinance that would approve various changes to the Salt Lake City Code relating to early notification of the public and recognize community organizations for land use projects. Robert, would you go ahead and start with our first public comment, please?
Thank you, Council Chair. Just a quick reminder that everyone will be added to the queue as you join the meeting, and we will be posting the next 3 to 5 names in the chat so you can see who's coming up next. If you do have any questions, again, feel free to message myself or Amanda. My name is Robert Nutzman. First, we have Monica Hilding, followed by Lou McKee, followed by Pamela Starley, and followed by Tyler Clancy. One moment.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Monica,
Yes.
you're unmuted.
Okay. My name is Monica Hilding, and I'm going to be speaking about the Utah Inland Port. I believe that the City Council has the best interests of their constituents in mind. The current lawsuit that the city has against the state and the Utah Inland Port Authority make it very clear that the legislature has not proved itself a friend of Salt Lake City in the Inland Port matter. With that in mind, please look closely at the Utah Inland Port Authority's concept of sustainability in the Port Authority's strategic business plan, and more importantly, at the warehouses that have already been built within the Port Authority's jurisdiction. Does Salt Lake City Sustainability Department approve of the landscaping choices and the storm drains now in place? The Utah Inland Port Authority work with local groups, government, and private landowners to protect wildlife habitat and wetlands by creating sufficient buffers from industrial development by the critical Goggin Drain. No, they have not done that. Have they used native plants and advanced landscaping practices that enhance habitat and reduce water use? No, they've planted sod. Have they worked with Salt Lake City to incorporate green stormwater infrastructure through rain gardens, green roofs, porous pavement, and other strategies to collect stormwater? No. So now the Port Authority, working with the county commissioners, is looking into satellite ports to prop up the fossil fuel industry around the state. The Utah League of Cities and Towns, led by Salt Lake City, needs to identify legitimate community needs and fully engage the public in decision-making to ensure that public monies are used to help Utah become a leader in clean energy alternatives and the latest technology available to fight the climate crisis. I just want to make sure the city council members are aware of the deception of the Port Authority has employed with Salt Lake City in hopes that Salt Lake City will help other cities and towns understand the very negative impacts the Port Authority Board could have on the whole state if allowed to continue.
Time.
Next up, we will have Lou McKee. Lou, you've been unmuted.
I need to get a clarifying question before my 2 minutes start. In this public comment section, is it going to be 2 minutes for if we have a specific comment for the agenda and then a 2-minute general as it's been before, or is it just 2 minutes?
Council Chair, you're muted.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry about that.
I'm glad I'm not the only one.
So you'll have 2 minutes of general comment, and then if you'd like to comment on one of the 9 items that's listed on the agenda, then you would get an additional 2 minutes for each of the items you want to comment on. So just go ahead and state when you're moving on from one comment section to another so that we can restart your timer.
Okay. I want to make a general comment and then a comment to the changing of the zoning for the housing that includes cottage and tiny houses or tiny homes. And so I will get started. For the first time, I actually sat down and listened to your working meeting, and there was a few people that stood out to me, and their position on defending and really representing their constituents stood out to me with shining stark contrast. And so I want to thank Councilman Johnston to begin with, Councilman Mono, and as well as Councilman Fuller and Valdemoros for truly like prioritizing the needs of the general public and some of the desires to have more accessible space that's not commercial space. I was really disappointed to hear in that I got in there a little bit late because I couldn't access it. And it's been the second time that either because of technological issues or what have you, that it's been a little accessible. And I would like to figure out some way to make this easier for the disabled community, being that I volunteer quite a lot with DRAC. I was really concerned that there was over almost 2 hours taken in discussing the potential plans for what the community has now called the mural space. And that even though there has been public input contributed, we're in a very new times. We're also in a pandemic. And that place has become a center hub for the community that are the most marginalized and vulnerable community amongst Salt Lake City. And the amount of time that was spent on economic development as opposed to discussing the unsheltered plan was a little concerning to me. I really appreciate that Councilman Johnston was the only councilman that stood up and that said, why are we seeking to capitalize on this area when we already have current capital existing? And it reminds me of Project Rio Grande, of not really putting in priority the unsheltered community and those who are truly vulnerable, and we're prioritizing so-called affordable housing, where in reality, you give them a subsidy to build all these really luxury places, and only a small percentage of that is actually affordable. And it's only actually affordable if you can get through to the various organizations that can provide you access to that affordable housing.
That's time on your first item.
Okay. It kind of piggybacks into what I'm wanting to say on the zoning part.
Okay, go ahead.
And if we're not also prioritizing the needs of the community, I myself was unsheltered for 5 months in the winter of 2015. And as I've spoken to Councilman Mano and Councilman Johnston personally about this, this is a new horse for me in this race. And especially because this has affected my life personally as a domestic violence survivor, which this is October Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And I think we're overlooking a very, very vulnerable population by not giving it the prioritized time that it deserves and prioritizing these speculative plans that don't really include the necessities and the concerns of those that are the most vulnerable. Would like us to make sure that we are prioritizing tiny homes because those tend to be the homes that middle class, lower middle class, and even the working poor are able to get into and to invest in. And that as we look to development, that we're looking at those individual investments to reclaim the city for ourselves and not have pieces that are owned by equity firms that don't have any interest in the community and the culture of Salt Lake, that aren't Utahns, that don't respect the legacy that's here. And we're seeing quite a lot of that. And we're seeing that you see that we're coming together as a community, but we don't want y'all to hijack that for developers to take over. We want you to make sure that you're keeping the needs of those who have been begging for you to do the right thing by them. There's not enough shelter space that is going to be available to our unsheltered community. And we have a pandemic. These are my people now. And these are my neighbors too, because they adopted me as their family. And I still see people over by the library.
Lou Michelle, thank you for calling in. And you can continue your comments or whatever you didn't get a chance to finish tonight by emailing us, and we'll make sure that, or giving us a call at the number that I gave, and we'll make sure and distribute that among all the council members. Thank you for calling in.
Council Chair, next we have Pamela Starley, followed by Tyler Clancy, and then Nick Peterson. Pamela, you're unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I don't really need to make any audio comments. I did send an email, and I also gave a typewritten note to the county recorder in the parking lot today. And I hope that those two items will be read later. That's all.
Thank you, Pam. We'll make sure and send those around so that all the council members can read them, and that they will be made part of the public record. Thank you.
Next up, Council Chair, we have Nick Peterson, followed by Paul Johnson and Bruce Shapiro.
Good
Nick,
evening,
you're
council
unmuted.
members. Good evening, council members. This is Nick Peterson. I'm a resident business owner along with my husband within Salt Lake City. And I'm joining you tonight to share my concerns about encampments in Salt Lake City and the residual sanitation and safety impact for myself and my neighbors. Here to ask the city council to fund the mayor's community commitment program. And I acknowledge that addressing complexities of homelessness, and I commend those that are working to provide shelters and services to those in need. People currently living without shelter should be treated with compassion and care for their individual needs. And as a community, we must care for our public spaces in order to make them safe and welcoming for everybody. Encampments are impacting both my neighborhood and my business. In morning walks, there are always people sleeping on Main Street, and individual encampments in various areas have made investment in this area questionable to some of my clients given the proximity to the area that they were looking to invest in. The Community Commitment Program is a good plan, and it calls for treating people with respect and outlines services and encampment interventions that are needed to keep our neighborhoods, parks, and public spaces safe and welcoming to everybody. I support the Community Commitment Program, and I ask the council members vote for continued funding of the program. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Thank you. Next, we have Paul Johnson. Mr. Johnson, you're unmuted.
Good evening, council members. This is Paul Johnson, Chair of the Central Ninth Community Council. I'm here to speak on behalf of item B8, the demolition of dangerous aborted buildings. Recently, our neighborhood narrowly averted disaster when a dangerous aborted building went up in an inferno. Had the fire occurred one day earlier when the windstorm was hitting Salt Lake City, you can't imagine the damage which might have resulted. Though we wish it went further than proposed, the Central Ninth Community Council supports this change to the ordinance. The current ordinance has resulted in far too many abandoned, boarded, dangerous buildings in districts 4 and 5, which are both within our boundaries. These buildings are a blight in our neighborhood, attract criminal activity, and have resulted in many fires over the years. Our community would much rather see a clear, empty lot than what may be hiding behind the walls of these buildings. As to the concern of losing housing, if a building has been boarded up for years, it wasn't contributing to housing stock in the first place, or it hasn't in years, which is how long many of these structures have been dangerous and boarded up. We ask you to please support this change and help make our neighborhood a safer place going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Following Paul, we have Bruce Shapiro, followed by Nigel Swaby, then followed by Brent Pace and Stan Holmes. Bruce, you're unmuted.
Good evening. My name is Bruce Shapiro, and I'm an attorney who represents Barton Moody, and I'm here to talk about B2, the rezone for the Southeast Market. Barton is the adjacent property owner to the proposed rezone, and the rezone, to change the rezone to a CB zoning, would greatly affect the existing historic neighborhood. The existing CNN and RB are small-scale developments as contemplated by the master plan. When Mr. Moody bought his property, he researched it and was happy with the CNN and RB zone. Changing it to a CB zone would allow a lot of incompatible uses with the property. The developer has not proposed what the project is going to be along with the rezone, so we have no idea what's being proposed for the rezone. We just know that a CB zoning would increase the use on the property and would increase the use dramatically, which would not be compatible with the neighborhood. The CB zone would allow incompatible uses such as drive-throughs, would allow nursing homes, reception centers, and mixed-use units, which are not limited in this zone. So keeping the zone as a CN and RB zone would be more compatible with the neighborhood than changing the zoning. We have a suggestion. The suggestion would be to change the zoning of building all to RB, which would leave it compatible with the neighborhood. Mr. Moody is not opposed to development. He's opposed to development that is incompatible and not along guide and does not follow the master plan. So changing the footprint of the building seems like the good solution, which will keep it compatibility. There's no other RB zone. There's no other CB zones in that immediate vicinity. The closest one is the Smiths, which is a very high use, intensive use, which would be more intensive use than the CN and RB zone. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, we have Nigel Swaby. One moment. Nigel, you should be Nigel, you're unmuted now.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for your time tonight, council members. I'd like to talk to you about three things. First, there's a national discussion about policing in this country, and I think it's fine to reimagine what policing looks like in this country and this city. But until we develop a new system, we can't abandon the one we have. I've spoken to a number of my neighbors over the summer, and not one of them are afraid of the system we have. In fact, they'd like to see more police in our neighborhoods, which leads to my second point. The North Temple block between 800 and 900 West needs more attention from the police. There's an open air drive-through drug market at the former Arctic Circle property. People also sell merchandise stolen from neighboring stores and residences. There's not a day that goes by I don't read about a bicycle stolen in my neighborhood, and auto thefts are up 50% in the city. I've personally had someone enter my property and try to steal items that I've had outside. I've witnessed 2 violent fights on North Temple, and 6 weeks ago, someone was murdered. My neighbors want and need a police presence in this area. We're losing businesses, and the Grand Boulevard we were promised so long ago is imploding. Finally, I'd like to talk about the demolition ordinance. I've recently spoken to several property owners who haven't been able to tear down unsightly and unhealthy buildings because of city code. On 900 West, 2 homes have been repeatedly burned but can't be torn down. The developers of the former Arctic Circle property also wish to demolish that building, which could decrease the crime problem in the area. So I urge you to support that change. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Nigel.
Next, we have Brent Pace, followed by Stan Holmes, and followed by Patrick Rathband. Brent, you're unmuted.
Hello, council members. Thank you for your time. Brent Pace. I have been a long time resident of Salt Lake and work downtown, and I just wanted to echo the concern that was shared earlier about the homeless encampments and the issue that it is becoming. I know it's a very tough issue, and just wanted to voice support for the mayor's plan and hope that the council would fund it. I work in the 200 East, 100 South area across the street from the Episcopal Church. And that corridor has become very dangerous for me, for my fellow workers, and for anyone that's visiting our building as they're walking through that area. So I would just encourage you all, any action that we can take that would be productive to, with care, provide help and support for the homeless, at the same time address the sanitation and safety issues associated with those encampments would be greatly appreciated, because we'd like to keep our office in downtown Salt Lake City. We love the city, but we would like to see it improved a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Following Brent, we have Stan Holmes.
Good evening, dear council members and staff. I'm Stan Holmes, and I live in Salt Lake City. I ask you to remember that Salt Lake City has the leading municipal government in Utah, and with leadership comes power and responsibility. The precedents set in your relationship with the Utah Inland Port Authority have statewide implications. When the Port Authority gets away with cronyism, non-transparency, and dishonesty here, then less powerful municipalities across Utah will be left to the mercy of the Port Authority and its satellite port proxies. An example of cronyism: Inland Port Authority board member Garth Ogden and other Cole County commissioners pledged $20 million to bail their ally John Siegel out of bankruptcy so that he can continue to fight Oakland, California to build a coal export terminal. An example of non-transparency: the Port Authority refused to make public this summer's satellite port applications until forced to do so by a news reporter. An example of dishonesty: the Port Authority strategic business plan touts environmental sustainability, but we've learned that no field work and that its environmental review intentionally ignored compliance with any regulatory requirements. This has already infected the satellite ports process where coal drives the likely first port in Salina, and the application from a county with uranium mining says that there are, quote, no environmental concerns, end quote. Salt Lake City's idea of sustainability is not square with what the Utah Inland Port Authority is about. Please hold them accountable to your standards, not theirs. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Following Stan, we have Patrick Rasband, followed by Justice Morris, and then Nathan Florence.
Unmuted.
Patrick, you're unmuted.
Thank you. Hello, council members and mayor. I have my wife Amber here next to me. We're calling as longtime Salt Lake City residents and recent Salt Lake City homeowners, calling with alarm over the lack of police resources over the last several months and the lack of support for the police we've seen from the mayor specifically and certain members of the city council as well. The crime over here has gone out of control. Every officer that I've talked to has spoken to that, the fact that they're understaffed. They've had officers leave. The response times over here in Poplar Grove are ridiculous. I see the same people running through my neighborhood daily, constantly committing crimes, whether they're arrested and then released or just never arrested. I don't know. We filed reports, we sent video, and it's very frustrating. It's got us to the point where we're seriously considering selling our home and moving out of Salt Lake City. And so to tie this all in on the comments tonight, we would urge the city council to pass the resolution changing the demolition ordinances so we can get the North Temple area cleaned up. But we also want a plan for the area as a whole to be considered, because there's tents on Rio Grande now. So the concern is that we're just going to be playing a game of whack-a-mole with the homeless when we need to have a holistic strategy. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in.
Following Patrick, it looks like we have Justice Morris, who seems to have left. So we will move on to Nathan Florence. Nathan, you're unmuted.
Thank you. I'm here. Hi, council members. Thank you so much for all of the work that you're doing, and Mayor, especially in this crazy time. We know you'll get to our trees. Okay, I'm calling, or I'm writing in or talking about the Telegraph Exchange project proposed here on 8th East. And I'm speaking for many of us as homeowners on the street, for my wife and myself, my wife who's with me here. And we object to the change of zoning and change to the master plan for this project for many reasons. As homeowners, we've invested years of our time and money with an understanding that while not an actual contract, we buy our homes with the idea that zoning is sort of a social contract of what a neighborhood is. And if the zoning in the city is problematic, it should be an overall process and not simply that while we as homeowners have to abide by the zoning. My next door neighbor wasn't allowed to add 2 feet to his front porch to allow his elderly parents to navigate around his chairs. But a developer can purchase a property, draw up plans for it that are opposed by all of the resident homeowners, and presume that they can use their influence to get the zoning and master plan changed in their favor. This seems to set a terrible precedent for homeowners making long-term investments when a developer may step in and overwhelm with these kinds of projects. The second thing is that Mr. Peters has requested zoning changes that his project still does not meet. So even with the changes he's requesting, he needs variances to setbacks and that kind of thing. Number 3, he's repeatedly lied to us as neighbors and to the Planning Commission that he has the support of the neighbors for the project, and in his ongoing claims as to when he purchased the property and started the project. He does have, there are 2 different properties here at stake, and he uses one and not the other one. He does have the support of a couple of property owners who don't live who do live elsewhere. And, okay, thank you very much. I've sent in my comments as well.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
All right, next or following Nathan, we have call-in user 5, first 3699, followed by Kathia Dang, then Richard Tanner, and then Jinx Utah. Looks like call-in user 5 has left. We will move on to Kathia Dang. One moment. Kathia, you're unmuted.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for working tonight. I know you guys have a lot on the agenda, so I'll try to move through this as quickly as possible. Our initial approach to the split zone issue was to ask for a lot line move to amend our lot line administratively to keep it very simple. That did not work for us, so we, of course, applied to rectify the split zone issue, and here we are all these years later. Well, actually, it's a year and a half later. We've worked with the planning committee, and based on our lot size and our building size, they suggested that we amend the zone to CB. At this time, not much has changed other than the fact that we are just still trying to rectify the split zone issue. I realize that no working plans have been submitted yet, and although that may be frustrating for people, the only reason why we haven't is because we really can't put forth a set of plans without really knowing what zone that we will be passed and work upon that. We do have plans to meet with neighbors once we get that in order, but for the time being, nothing really has changed. I also just want to reiterate with great empathy that I understand the concerns of the neighbors and what they have when it comes to the compatibility and design of a development. We will take that into great consideration because it is important. At this time, we've only submitted concept plans, and we're just looking for some guidelines in order to rectify the split zone issue. Again, thank you. I know it's going to be a long night for you guys, so I really appreciate you all.
Thank you. Thanks for your comments.
All right, it looks like call-in user 5 has come back here. Give me just 1 second. Call-in user 5, first 3699, you are unmuted. Call-in user 5, if you would go ahead and state your name. Your first 3 are 801699. Call-in user 5. All right, we will move on. Next, we have Richard Tanner. Richard, you're unmuted.
Good evening, council people. I go by Rick, and I am the general manager at Hotel Monaco. And you may have driven by the hotel and seen in the last day or two, or seen in the press that things are pretty busy here right now. But I do join you to share my concerns about the impact on encampments and transient persons on our guests and our employees. Kimpton Hotel Monaco has since opening been very committed to, by our presence, serving the full range of members of the community. We understand the situation is very complex and one that needs to be dealt with compassionately and with empathy. At the same time, I can share with you that increasingly the guests of our hotel, of which in this strained environment, about 80% are here for purposes of leisure. They are not convention attendees nor business persons that need to be here. They are here by choice, and increasingly have expressed a great deal of discomfort about walking around the core business district in broad daylight, let alone during nighttime hours. Our front desk agents frequently, by my observations, suggest that guests take tracks from the Galligan Plaza station to the Temple Square station rather than walk along Main Street in broad daylight, because we have learned they come back to the hotel expressing just significant upset about feeling safe and the sanitation issues that are frequent. Between myself and our human resources manager.
Thank you, Rick. I'm sorry that we had to cut your comments short. You can give us any comments that you weren't able to give us at council.comments@slcgov.com, or you can give us a call. Thank you.
Next up, we have Utah, followed by call-in user 7. First 3 is 688. And then we have call-in user 8, first 323, and followed by Larry Dean. Jinx, you're unmute.
Yeah, hi, my name is Jinx, and I am with the Sex Workers Outreach Project, or SWAP. We are a national nonprofit, and I've been with the Salt Lake City chapter for about a year now. But I've been doing homeless outreach in our community for probably about 10 years or so now. And first of all, I just wanted to express how disappointed I am in all the folks who called in so far who obviously have very little compassion for homeless folks. These are people that I interact with, and fellow SWAT members and other folks who do outreach. We meet these people and talk to them multiple times a week. And I don't think people realize how close they are to homelessness. And, it shouldn't take you becoming homeless and having lived experience with homelessness to care about people. And our chapter of SWAP has had multiple meetings with the mayor's office. And at this point, I'm really frustrated. I don't really know what else we can do, just because, we've outlined action items. We've, explained what harm reduction is and how it's evidence-based, and how, if we provide porta potties, if we provide resources, if we provide more warming shelters and access for folks, then we won't have these business owners complaining about the transients and playing whack-a-mole with homeless people, which is abhorrent to me that someone could even say that. In addition to that, calling for increased police is not going to work. If you look at the evidence, if you look at cities that have tried increasing a police presence in homeless areas and, breaking up encampments, this doesn't work. And breaking up encampments is violent, it's traumatic, it doesn't help anyone. These people have to go somewhere. So as long as people, the city and the health department, are going to keep breaking up encampments, we're going to keep showing up and defending homeless people. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Jinx.
All right, next we have call-in user 7, first 3688, followed by call-in user 8, first 3323. Call-in user 7, after I unmute you, go ahead and state your name and then followed by your comment. You're unmuted now. Call-in user 7, first 3688.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, let me mute something. My name is Amber Razband. I am the wife of Patrick. I do want to speak to the whack-a-mole comment he made. We were talking about disease on the street, and that is a problem that everyone that's a part of this community should be concerned about. We're not talking about whack-a-mole, the homeless camp. We're talking about abatement. So I'm just going to comment on that. And policing, I don't know where the last caller lived. It doesn't matter. We've lived and we've moved to the Poplar Grove neighborhood. The crime is incessant. I have been also a resident of the Marmalade area prior to, and I experienced the full frontal of the Operation Rio Grande, and I'd have to say that this is far worse than that. At this time, it is not homeless encampments that have been impeding into like our daily lives of just going to work and trying to be first-time homeowners. At this time, when we have had gunshots, when we have had concerns of multiple cars broken into, bikes theft stolen. I mean, bike. There's a crime ring of bikes. I mean, the police. We just file a report. We submit camera. We can't do anything else than that. And it's just, we've asked for lights to be. I've been calling the mayor's office for a month. I've been working with Joshua. I've been trying to get lights in this area. I mean, I feel like we're just getting. I'm on the edge of hopelessness, and that's why we looked at maybe moving out of this county. And it's really frustrating. And, you know, we understand what happened this summer with the policing, but that doesn't mean defunding is never meant to take away policing for crime. And I think that everyone should assess that.
I'm sorry, that's your time. If you want to finish your comments, you can send those to council.comments@slcgov.com, or you can give us a call. Sorry. Thanks for calling in.
Next, we have call-in user 8, first 3323, followed by Larry Dean and Wendy Knoll. Call-in user 8, first 3323, you're unmuted now. Go ahead and state your name. Call-in user 8, first 3323, Kelly, I believe this may be you.
Kelly?
That's you, Kelly.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Yeah. Hey, I'd like to, my name is Kelly Margits. I'm calling about the Southeast Asian market rezone. Basically, in a nutshell, I'm against this in and of the matter that there's just not enough information on the plate right now. I'm hearing this word thrown out for consistency purposes. We'd like to do this. And as to why, I don't know why. So I've tried to research that a little bit, and it's been thrown out to me from Salt Lake City. Well, you know, when they want to do this, they want to get bank loans, and the bank wants to know why and all that. Under that tells me there's some type of formula that why banks do what they do, why people do what they do, and what government should do for the people in regards to what's best to serve everybody and everybody for all. That being said, I don't see that formula being taken care of. And what I have seen is I've basically seen residents that are living up in up above a restaurant that they're living there at night. There's one door in, one door out. They're supposed to have sprinklers in the ceiling so that they don't burn to death at night. All I've seen is unsafety. I've tried to give some pictures, etc., of semis that are parked in the middle of the road. This is a very unsafe situation. We just keep building. I see red dots that are, this is a proposed, we'd like to build another building right there. And I'm like, well, that's where you're unloading trucks right now. So all I've seen is where it's very, very, very unsafe. And for consistency purposes, just seems like some type of lawyer humdrum that's been created. And what I'd like to do is I'd like to propose, until we have some type of plan on the plate, a motion to dismiss this matter completely in its entirety and until we do exactly know what we're getting involved in. I appreciate everyone that listened to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Following Kelly, we have Larry Dean. One moment. Larry, you're unmuted.
My name's Larry Dean. I'm a longtime resident of Salt Lake City. Thank you for the opportunity to share my concerns regarding the Utah Inland Port. An American Heart Association study estimates that there are over 2,000 premature deaths from air pollution every year in Utah. That figure is sure to rise with the inland port. Adding tens of thousands of cars, trucks, and train trips to and from the port will only cause those numbers to increase. Casualties will include Salt Lake City residents, your constituents. We're being told that it will be a green port when such a thing does not exist anywhere in the world. We're being told that the port will be carbon neutral, even though the warehouses that have already been built are anything but carbon neutral. We're being told that the port will create new jobs, but a look at jobs at existing ports show those jobs to be low wage and often temporary. The port is being promoted by the extraction industry as a way to export more fossil fuels abroad. We've seen that reflected in recent satellite port developments. We share a common environment, whether local, national, or international. What burns in China will eventually be breathed in Utah. I'm concerned that Salt Lake City leadership is quiet about this. Many of you, especially our mayor, campaign for office on being pro-clean air, but I feel your actions or inactions tell a different story. It's time to speak up. Your constituents expect no less. Thank you.
All right, next we have Wendy Knowles, followed by Colin Perry, and then followed by Greg Mikuláš. Wendy, you're unmuted.
Hi, my name is Wendy Knowles. I'm just calling with wanting to know more information and being in support of keeping the memorials up for the police brutality victims. That has become a community safe space for the families of the victims to congregate and come together. It's kind of become a community safe space for the community to meet and give each other support. I'm looking at the FB UN, the Urban Neighborhood 3 requirements online, and for what that zoning's supposed to change to from the form-based. And I'm just hoping that even though there will be requirements, and even if that building has to come down, that we can incorporate something for the community to create a space there with the murals to come back up again, maybe in a different format even, if possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Council Chair. Following Wendy Knowles, we have Colin Perry. You're unmuted, Colin.
Hello, City Council members and Mayor Mendenhall. I just want to thank you very much for your time tonight. My name is Colin Perry. I'm a relatively new Salt Lake City resident. I've actually relocated here from New York City. I currently live on the north side of Pioneer Park, and I also own a business located near Pioneer Park as well. Before I begin with details, I would like to say that I support Mayor Mendenhall's plan to clean up the homeless encampments. I think, as a number of other citizens have mentioned, homelessness is a complex issue, and that requires complex solutions. I also want to state that I've actually spent considerable time volunteering to help the homeless population in the cities I've resided, and I really have an abundance of compassion for this population. That said, upon moving here, I was surprised by the volume of homeless citizens that populate our streets. Coming from downtown New York City, I thought I'd seen it all. But there's been a number of times where even I was surprised, including extremely aggressive behavior towards innocent passersby, fighting between homeless citizens, very open drug use, property destruction, public urination, and public defecation. The state of homelessness in our city as it stands today really is unacceptable. And as we approach winter, we really have to focus on implementing efforts to get our people inside where they can get the help and service that they need and deserve. I applaud the mayor for taking charge, and I'm very much looking forward to the action that will be taken to help some of our citizens who are desperately in need of help. Thank you all for hearing.
Thank you, Colin.
Following Colin, we have Greg Mikuláš. One moment. It looks like Greg has left. We'll move on to Adina Gardner. Adina, you're unmuted now. Adina? Adina, are you there? Are you there? All right, we will come back to Adina. Next, we have Sebastian Hoke. One moment. Sebastian,
Hi.
you're unmuted.
Yes, hi, this is actually Julie Bjornstad, signed in under my husband's name. But first, I want to say thank you to the council and the mayor for serving our city. I want to speak in regards to the proposed telegraph exchange lot application. We live a few houses up the street from the proposed development, and while I support the reuse of the existing warehouse building, I have significant concerns with the proposed application that would require amendments to or variances of all defining planning documents. And these concerns, like Nathan said before, are shared by all property owners on the street and numerous long-term renters. One of the main concerns of the project is the rezone from R2 to RMF 45. As you're aware, the neighborhood was rezoned less than 6 years ago through a significant neighborhood-led effort involving both of our community councils, city planners, and city leaders. And the proposed rezone that is being that Micah is proposing is extreme and incompatible with the neighborhood. The number of new units on the two properties in question is roughly equivalent to all existing units on the block. And this is not in opposition to any new development, but we want any new development to stay within the existing zoning and master plan guidelines, which call for conservation of neighborhood residential character and compatibility with the existing neighborhood for any new multifamily housing. Fortunately, this block of 800 East already has a number of multifamily housing units that provide excellent examples of neighborhood compatibility in both design and scale, including duplexes, a triplex, a quadplex, and trolley apartments. The street does support density when it aligns with existing zoning and master plan documents. And as an urban planner by profession, I understand the need for additional density throughout the region and support sustainable efforts to accommodate the additional growth the region is facing. But it is unacceptable that this development includes no moderate income housing units, considering local, regional, and state efforts to address housing affordability. Ultimately, while I think this is an appropriate location for density for additional housing within our city, I do not support the rezone, and any proposed development should better fit the guidelines the city has already adopted, including existing master plans and neighborhood-led zoning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have call-in user 12, first 3682, followed by Misty Okamoto, and then followed by Travis Lindquist. Call-in user 12, first 3682, you're unmuted. Please state your name. Call-in user 12.
Hi. Yeah, I'm here. I just wasn't tracking exactly on knowing whether it was me or not. My name is Brett Webster. I also wanted to just chat about, I was alarmed by some news about the potential to damage those murals that have been prepared for victims of police abuse. I wanted to state how much I admire them, how professionally and wonderfully done they are. They're additive to the community. They serve important purposes at this time of an enormous global movement where 26 million people in America alone have participated in these events, and I anguish because any talk of looting or violence or something has been I believe is terribly overblown. And so I hope that you'll take that in mind. I picture a world where, can you imagine if we tore down that building and those buildings where those are, and we had these lovely, all this media, all these lovely murals, and the news goes out, here are these wonderful statements in acknowledging these victims and these beautiful art pieces, and Salt Lake hurriedly ran out and tore down those buildings. Can you picture how that would look across the country and across the world? It would just be terrible. That's not Salt Lake at all. And so I just wanted to, certainly things will happen to buildings, they will evolve, but I just wanted to get that out there and thank you.
Thank you for calling in.
Council Chair, we're going to go back to Adina Gardner. She has her mic going now. Adina, you are unmuted. Adina, are you there? Adina? All right, we will continue to troubleshoot with Adina. We will move on to Misty Okamoto. One moment. Misty, you are unmuted now.
Hi, I just want to say I am totally against you guys demolishing the building with the murals. That has become a safe space for a lot of community members and a place to gather and give support to the families that have lost loved ones due to police brutality. So that's really all I've got to say.
Thank you for calling in.
Next, we have Travis Lindquist, followed by call-in user 19, and then Devontae Powell. One moment. Travis, you're unmuted.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Travis Lindquist. I'm a resident of downtown Salt Lake City, and I'm also the general manager of the Town Place Suites Marriott Hotel here in downtown. Tonight, I'm joining to voice my concerns about the encampments in Salt Lake City. I would like to thank the council for funding the mayor's community commitment program and urge them to continue funding for this program. As you know, downtown businesses and hotels are struggling financially as the pandemic has brought travel to a standstill. These problems have been exacerbated during the past few months as those who are willing to travel and support downtown businesses are discouraged to do so by the increase in encampments in our city. Recently, I've had to address several concerns in which my guests have expressed over the uptick in crime and unsanitary conditions of the encampments. Unfortunately, many of my guests have chosen to check out of my hotel early due to safety concerns and have taken their business out of the downtown area. As tourism and business travel recover, we need visitors to the area to feel safe in our city and our surrounding neighborhoods so that they want to continue to recreate and to do business within our communities. For me as a hospitality professional, I have the wonderful opportunity to welcome and introduce visitors to our great city. I want them to know that Salt Lake City is a safe city to do business in and to visit. I also want them to know that we as Salt Lake City residents are compassionate toward those who live in our streets unsheltered, and that we have programs such as the Community Commitment Program in place to provide them a path to recovery and housing stability. I fear that if we lose funding for this important plan, we will not be providing adequate support for our most vulnerable population. Allowing unsheltered people to openly suffer in our streets is not compassionate and not who I believe we are as a community. Not intervening in the encampments is also causing the unintended consequence of what I would call compassion fatigue among residents and business owners whose livelihoods are directly impacted by these encampments. I believe that this only perpetuates the stigma and marginalization against those. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Travis.
Next, we have call-in user 19, first 3486. One moment. Call-in user 19, first 3486. You are now unmuted. Please state your name. Call-in user 19, first 3486.
Three is I always obey, and two is like I ignore it.
All right, we will move on from that one, Council Chair. We will try once again with Adina Gardner. Amanda has been working with her. Adina, you are unmuted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for your time. Just wanted to speak out on behalf of item B7 in terms of the telegraph law. As an owner of 5 different businesses and houses in the 99th area, including right next to the telegraph law, I am in full support of someone such as Micah, who is developing a project to really reuse a historical building, unlike so many buildings that we see around the city where something's knocked down and something quite ugly in many ways, not very much a community-oriented kind of project is put in its place. I am totally invested in the 9th and 9th area, so much so I would love to see a preservation committee overseen to make sure that it does not turn into a sugar house project. This Telegraph Loft project is not that at all. It's a historical use of this great building, and it's right next to one of my buildings, and I'm very much in support of having that building used and having this adjacent property developed in a way that is not only green, but putting parking in the back, making sure that the street remains this beautiful street that we've all known and loved. And so I just really wanted to throw some support that way. The only other thing I would like to say is I'm in full support of Mayor Mendenhall's project with the homeless, 1,000% for someone who volunteers extensively with that population. It is desperately, desperately needed. Thank you so much for your time, and thanks for getting back to me.
Thank you for calling in.
We will try call-in user 19 first 3486 again. Call-in user 19 first 3486.
And I said,
All right, we will move on from that one. Next, we have Devontae Powell, followed by Liz DeFraise, followed by Wendy Garvin, and then Cece Cummings. One moment. Devontae, you are unmuted now. Devontae Powell, you are unmuted. All right, we will come back to Devontae Powell. Following Devontae Powell, we have Liz DeFries. One moment. Liz, you are unmuted.
Okay. I would like to express my fierce opposition to the COVID-19 winter plan and the Pioneer Park Coalition's input into these matters, as both clearly prioritize profit at the expense of people. I'm urging the City Council to immediately stop the gentrification and camp abatement plans in Salt Lake City. If we have unsheltered folks in our community, then our community needs resources, not the police. Police do not solve homelessness. They do not solve crime. Only equal access to resources can do that. If you are worried about crime or conditions of poverty, then support the funding of needed resources in our communities. The people across this nation and in Salt Lake City have been demanding an end to the constant valuing of property and profit over actual human lives. The current plans to gentrify the Pioneer Park area with the use of police force represents a blatant disregard for these nationwide demands and highlights the inauthenticity of the council and mayor's supposed opposition to police brutality. The police force should have no role in addressing the symptoms of poverty in our society. The use of the police and force in these matters only serves to protect profit and property at the expense of human lives. This is evident in the egregious level of police shootings of impoverished people and in the camp abatements, which only serve to further impoverish and harm these folks who are already struggling to attain the few resources they do have. If the City Council and Mayor actually care about the people they serve, they would allocate funding to provide basic necessities of life to our most at-risk community members. But instead, that funding is being used to benefit the Pioneer Park Coalition's property developers who directly benefit from racist gentrification, which the police are, of course, happy to enforce. If you want to end homelessness, you don't criminalize the unsheltered. You don't just forcibly push unsheltered folks from place to place and destroy their belongings. It's real simple. If you want to end homelessness, you provide basic necessities. You give people shelter, you provide access to bathrooms, you make sure people have access to clean water and food, to medical and mental health care, to education. We are sick of watching government officials ignore the needs of the people and instead catering to the racist, self-centered ambitions of capitalist interests at the expense of those most vulnerable in our society. Let's be clear, the City Council and Mayor's continued pursuit of these dehumanizing and racist gentrification goals promoted here by the Pioneer Park Coalition of Capitalists represents and solidifies their violent opposition to the needs of the people.
Thank you, Liz.
Following Liz, we have Wendy Garvin, followed by Cece Cummings, and then call-in user 23. Wendy, you are unmuted.
Hi, thanks for your time.
So I'm calling about two issues. The first is regarding the unsheltered. I appreciate that this administration is doing more than we've seen in a long time to address the needs of the unsheltered. What I'm concerned about is that while we're talking about camp abatement programs, the shelters are full. And not just the shelters, but the resources around every shelter are full. The lawns and the sidewalks and the next door neighbor lawns are full. And so if we go and we move their stuff, we take half of it away, we destroy it. They lose the ice chests that they use to keep their food safe. They lose the bed that they sleep on. And do you know where those resources come from? They come from you, and they come from me, and they come from all of the other compassionate members of our society who keep donating to replace the items that our police are taking away and tearing up. And it's a relentless and ridiculous cycle that we can actually fix. We just need more places for people to sleep. The long-term solution is housing, and we know that, right? But we can't push these camps if we don't have anywhere for them to go. If we don't have adequate shelter, it's just cruelty. It literally is what that person said earlier. It's whack-a-mole, and it's cruelty. And we can do better than that. So let's start by opening those temporary shelters and guarantee that they will not close until until the permanent shelters are built, until we have enough places for everyone. And then we can start talking about resources for people who do not want to move. So that's my comment on the unsheltered issue. My other comment is, if you haven't been out to spend time at the community murals, I would ask you to come and do that before you make any decisions on this, because there's always someone there. Any time of the day or night, there's always a family member there. There's always somebody who's made a friend in the community. There will be somebody sitting by someone's picture that is, was that the total 2 minutes, or was it for?
Well, I think, Wendy, if you were giving your comments earlier about general comments and then you wanted to comment on Fleet Block specifically, then you got some more time.
I'll just wrap it up and say, you're invited. Please come out before you make any decisions about those murals and meet the amazing community that has built up around that area. That's all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Wendy.
Next, we have CC Cohen. CC, you are unmuted.
Okay, so I'm going to make two comments, one in general and then one specific. So in general, I do want to speak on the unsheltered. So we are people who go out and help with donations and help get resources for these people who do not have access to different resources. A lot of these people suffer from mental illnesses as well as addiction, where there are no resources in the community, as well as places for these people to sleep or have food, where the shelters are overcrowded. It is absolutely cruel to be able to go in and destroy their homes and take away their resources that us as hardworking people in the community go together and take our time to treat these people like humans. It's dehumanizing and it's wrong. And I think something with resources need to be provided. As far as the specific aspects I would like to talk about, it's talking about the murals. So murals have become very significant to our community for both police brutality victims' families, as well as other people who like to just get out and get involved with unifying with each other. It's been amazing to see how the community has come together to beautify this location, where we have built flower boxes and benches and just cleaned up the area completely, where it's become very significant of a peaceful place to remember these police brutality victims. We've had vigils here for both local police brutality victims as well as national figures. This goes all the way from it represents all different sorts of races, but where my concern is where money is the priority over the people. The plans for tearing down these businesses are for commercial businesses and townhomes. So money is really what it's coming down to. So regardless of what significance it holds for the community, it's being money that is what's determining having this still be significant for the rest of the people of the community. We are in the middle of a pandemic. There's no reason why we need to be tearing this down where it has been such a resource. There's also been other events there where people come together and help get
I'm
resources.
sorry, that's time. If you want to continue your comments, you can email them to us or give us a call. I'm sorry that we have to move on to the next commenter.
Following CT, we have multiple call-in users. Call-in user 23, first 3631, followed by call-in user 25, first 3598, and then call-in user 27651. Give me just one moment. Call-in user 23, first 3631. Please state your name and your comment. Call-in user 23, first 3631. All right, we will move on to call-in user 25, first 3598. You are now unmuted. Go ahead and speak your name.
Hi, my name is Natasha. I'm going to make two statements. My first statement is about it's a general statement. When we're talking about the role of city council members, your job is to listen to the people and speak for the people. The people are here telling you that your treatment of the unsheltered, your treatment of public spaces is inhumane, it's disgusting. As CC said, you guys are working off of profit over people, property over people, and that's disgusting. It should be people first at all times. This is not a political issue, this is a humanity issue. Businesses that are losing their business because of unsheltered, that's disgusting. The answer, the solution is not to push them out, it's not to arrest them, it's to give them the resources so they can be independent, so they can be so they can support themselves. A lot of these people on the streets they don't have insurance, they don't have health care, they don't have food. It should not be the job of myself and the community to do this. It's the job of the government, the system we elect. So if you're not going to do your job, we will elect you out. The people will do it. In regards to the building, many people have shared, this building is now something that you cannot even control. It is something much more than just four walls. It's much more than concrete. This is a spiritual place. This is a sacred place. This is some place that is going to outlive us, going to outlive you. You do not have the right to go and demolish this building without the say from the people, and the people telling you no. This building could bring a safe space for people of color, a safe space for marginalized people. This building can be used as educational place, as a resource for people to feel comfortable being, because a lot of black and brown people do not feel comfortable in the spaces that you've quote unquote made community spaces. This building could bring resources to the community like healthcare and education and so much more that you guys are currently not providing for us. It is just inhumane the way you're treating unsheltered people, the way you're treating marginalized people in this community. Finally, I'm saying people over profit, people over money, people over property. Your buildings do not matter, people matter. What is a city without its people? Salt Lake City wants to be this nice and clean place.
Natasha, I'm sorry, we have to move on to our next commenter. Thanks for your comments.
Council Chair Wharton, we have approximately 80 to 100 people still left in our queue. Would you like to take a few moments, or would you like us to continue on down the list?
Let's go ahead and take just 5 minutes and stretch your legs or whatever you need to do, and then come right back. And please hurry back so we can get through these comments. Thanks.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Would you mind if I take a quick moment of personal privilege in preparation for the next callers, perhaps?
Yes, go ahead, Councilmember Reynolds.
Just we invite everyone to call in and give us their opinions because it helps us. I just want to clarify the discussion we had this afternoon about the food block, the vacant buildings where the murals are located. is a discussion about the zoning of that area that's been going on far before any on this council has been elected, probably a decade or more back. So the discussion was about the zoning of that and around the area and a potential new zone that's been developed. The discussion that's separate than the discussion of what to do with the property afterwards. It's a city-owned asset, and so as a council, we will have to have that discussion about what to do with the buildings, with the property itself, along with the mayor. But we haven't had that discussion. This is a very early on discussion of general zoning ideas. So just know we're not talking about changing that property at this point. The second piece I make sure people understand is there are forums to help with the discussion about the unsheltered. We have tomorrow actually morning, there's a state homeless coordinating committee meeting. I don't think they take public comment, but they set the funding for the entire state for homeless services, prioritization, all those kind of things happen quarterly up there. And the Salt Lake Valley Coalition to End Homelessness meets quarterly as well and has subcommittees that meet monthly on all these issues and have put forward best practices and plans that both the city is advocating for. And the last piece I just say is everyone who's called in about the homeless and unsheltered and understands it's a housing issue, we got to advocate with the county and the state to supplement our funds in the city. We're putting funds together as a city, but we need everyone on board with this. So I would hope that people will continue to call us, but also join with us in calling on other folks to join us in funding these things.
Mr. Chair, may I add to that just a little bit, please?
Yes, Councilman.
Point of personal privilege.
Yes,
thank you, Councilmember Johnston, for pointing that out. And I do encourage people to listen to our work session meetings where we, in the discussion regarding the zoning of the Fleet Block, we also had a very good discussion about making sure that we saved the space where the murals are, dedicated or talked about what that future would look like as a dedicated space for gathering and demonstration areas, and making sure that what has become something so community led in an organic manner is not forgotten. And so I encourage people to listen to the work session that we had regarding that discussion. And it may give a little bit of insight that this was as to Councilmember Johnston's comment, that this zoning was a discussion way before any of us, I think, were on the council. So thank you. And I appreciate the phone calls, and I appreciate the passion. And so that's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate you giving me a moment.
Thank you, Councilmember Fowler. Sorry to interrupt you. Just wanted everyone to know that, yeah, this has been a discussion that's been around for about 10 years. So thank you to Councilmembers Fowler and Johnston for giving that clarifying information. We'll now take 5 minutes and then reconvene for the rest of the comments. Thank you, everyone. See you in a minute.
Certainly, Council Chair. We are at call-in user 27. First three is 651. He or she will be followed by call-in user 30. First three 645, and then Ann Charles. Call-in user 27. First three 651. You are unmuted. Go ahead and speak your name and your comments.
Hi, my name is Candace Simpkins, and I had called in about the murals first, but after hearing a couple comments, I want to comment about those. So my first concern is the board chair members that are saying that the mural walls, that it was before you guys. It doesn't matter, because in my job, whoever was there before me, and if they've done anything, it's my responsibility to take care of it currently. Now, for the people that have a problem with the unsheltered, that's another issue, is if you have not gone out to the unsheltered community and spent time with them and actually get to know them, they're not these horrible people that you guys make them sound to be like. It's like, I cannot even believe the way that some of you people are speaking about them. These unsheltered people are humans. They need love. A month and see what they're going through, help them out, understand that the cops tear down their shelters and the cops go and wake them up in the middle of the night with alarms triggering their PTSD because these are military members. That's not acceptable. Go sit with them, go talk to them, go experience what they're doing. Now for these murals, we need something done. We need something for the colored community. We need people that have been murdered by the police. My brother was murdered by the police. If you've ever had a family member murdered in general, it's not a fun thing to deal with. It's been 13 years for me, and it still affects me. So with these murals, this is a way that people of color, that African Americans, they need a space. My daughter needs a space. We need to be able to come together as a community, and we have no places to have any type of involvement for anybody that's of color. And on top of that, I'm still blown away about the way that people are with the unsheltered community. I don't think that you should be able to comment about how they're ruining your community unless you go spend time with them.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, we have call-in user 30, first three 645. Call-in user 30, first three 645. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and your comment. Call-in user 30, first three 645. You are unmuted. All right, we can move on from call-in user 30. We will move on to Ann Charles, followed by Amy Hawkins, and then call-in user 32, first three 265. Ann, you are unmuted.
Hi, thanks. My name is Ann Charles, and I'm wanting to speak about the camp abatements and that we should stop them. I'm against Erin Mendenhall's plan right now as it stands for how we're handling like issues with our homeless folks. Like, we are pushing them out of spaces that they are in, taking their resources, and then providing nowhere for them to go. There's not space in the centers we currently have, and those are already an issue in and of themselves. We should get people into housing instead of putting them in shelters, especially in a pandemic right now. I also just wanted to reiterate what others were saying about being really, I wrote the word disgusting down multiple times in the way people are talking about just other human beings. I was raised Catholic. I'm not really Catholic anymore, but the current Pope just released an encyclical the other day that I really urge you guys to look at, because it specifically talks about how we are not currently caring for those who are most vulnerable and most in need of assistance and help. And just the dehumanization that happens in how we handle these issues. I also think he had a really good point, and he was saying that violence perpetuated by the state using its structures and powers is not on the same level as that perpetuated by particular groups. So I really hope you guys think about that and the way we are acting violently towards those without homes currently. And even if there is crime that is happening individually in that community, it is not nearly as terrible as being violent towards them. Like, if you really look at the power that you guys have at Aaron Mendenhall, you have like really reaching out and using that to help people as opposed to push them out. Thank you.
Next, we have Amy Hawkins, followed by call-in user 32, first 3265, and followed by Eliza McKinney. Amy, you are unmuted.
Thank you. Hello, City Council members and Mayor Mendenhall. Thank you for your service and, frankly, your stamina. My name's Amy Hawkins. I'm chair of the Ballpark Community Council, and I signed on tonight to speak in favor of the proposed changes for the city's boarded building and nuisance ordinance. I'd like to echo and agree with what Paul Johnson and Nigel said earlier tonight about these derelict properties contributing to crime in our neighborhoods. First, I know this may not seem like a big issue to some city council members, but the prevalence of boarded and vacant buildings are actually an issue of geographic equity. They are disproportionately spread across the city. In District 6, there are only 3 total boarded and vacant buildings. In District 5, where the Ballpark neighborhood is located, there are 30, literally 10 times as many as in District 6. In District 4, there are 37. Second, this is an issue of social justice. Our neighborhood, like District 4, has too many people without houses right next to too many houses without people. It breaks my heart that I can walk half a block from my house in one direction and encounter 3 vacant, rotting, and boarded homes that have remained unoccupied for 5 or 10 years. And I can walk half a block in the other direction and find at least a dozen people camped out on the 1400 South block of Main Street and are what are now their usual spots. These problems are deeply and fundamentally connected. We need to give civil enforcement the ability to effectively declare buildings that have been boarded for over 2 years as nuisance buildings and allow the city to apply daily fines to negligent owners. We need to motivate people to either make these properties habitable or to sell them to the people who will. Can you imagine how different our city might look like if the footprint of our 125 boarded and vacant buildings, or even just the buildings that are deemed dangerous and currently uninhabitable, were instead a source of needed housing? I think about it every day. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Amy.
Next, we have call-in user 32, first 3645. Call-in user 32, first 3645. Or excuse me, call-in user, 32. My apologies. You are unmuted. First 3265. Call-in user 32.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you guys for your stamina and for hearing everybody out. My name is Kylie Akina, and I have 2 brief comments. My first comment will echo and support a few others that were left previously on unsheltered communities and social justice. Neighborhoods with the least amount of crime have the most resources. So rather than focus on the crime, let's invest in our community in a way that provides basic necessities and resources to create a safer neighborhood for everyone. Please end the camp abatements and make this building a resource for the unsheltered community and allow funding aid to go to it accordingly. My second comment is in regards to form-based neighborhood 3 or urban neighborhood 3. I don't know much about zoning, but to my understanding, there will be there's potential for the space to become a new retail building. Gentrification of neighborhoods that lack resources will continue to force marginalized communities into poverty and ultimately homelessness. The Salt Lake community already recognizes this specific location as a hopeful landmark for the people. So please consider that potential that can be helpful to those who need it most. And that's all I have to say on that. Thank you again.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, we have Eliza McKinney, followed by Emily Allworth, followed by Kay Morse, and then followed by Larry Molinet. Eliza, you are unmuted.
Hi, I am calling to ask the mayor to stop the COVID-19 winter plan or the community commitment program or whatever you're choosing to call the plan this week. because it is ineffective and a waste of resources and does not center the needs of unsheltered people. I'm frustrated that the plan is being described as a focused outreach effort when it is really meant to move homeless people out of downtown and away from businesses. According to the mayor's office, yesterday's focused outreach only made contact with 14 people and could only provide shelter for one single person. Helping one person in no way shows a prioritization of outreach, nor an increase in services actually available to those facing homelessness, but a play put on to appease middle-class residents. I'm also concerned with comments in today's work meeting about how providing outreach to homeless camps is a learning process. I worked in homeless services for 7 years, and anyone who's done this work for even a week or a month could tell you that access to vital documents is a barrier, yet this came as a surprise to the city's outreach workers. Who is doing this outreach, and why don't they know the basic barriers to services for unsheltered people when there are so many in our city with years of experience in this work? And why is the city funding a plan with so little knowledge or preparation? Most importantly, it's clear that decisions are continuing to be made about unsheltered people rather than with unsheltered people. If people are refusing services, they have good reasons for doing so. These reasons need to be listened to, and services need to be adapted, not the other way around. This is a crisis. The 2020 point-in-time count shows a 39% increase in unsheltered individuals in the last year, and people experiencing chronic homelessness has increased by 19%. It needs to be prioritized and planned as a crisis that needs immediate harm reduction, not a quick fix for developers to clean up the neighborhood they want to capitalize on. I also want to make a comment about Ordinance B5. It seems clear that the city is prioritizing real estate development and is not prioritizing this crisis currently happening in our city. It was disturbing to me to see so much time and effort spent in today's work meeting on rezoning for more commercial real estate. In contrast, you spent less than 5 minutes on the community commitment program with no comments or questions from any council members. We have had ample time to realize that a greater unsheltered crisis was coming, but city leaders continue to use old-fashioned and aggressive tactics that do not create change but produce more trauma. And this is because of the pressure of the Pioneer Park Coalition and the Downtown Alliance. I'm asking for a reevaluation of how the city is approaching homelessness services, to use more humane and research-based practices, to work with actual community organizers rather than placating them and turning their concerns over to the police. I'm asking that you prioritize homeless services as a crisis before the needs of real estate developers and before more discussions of rezoning, especially when the goal is to develop more commercial real estate rather than investment in affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next up, we have Emily Allworth. Emily, you're unmuted.
Hi there. I would like to first talk about my open comment in which I would like to pay respects to both Jinx Utah and Wendy Garvin for really great explanations about the work that they're both doing with services for our unsheltered neighbors. And I would also like to reach out to many of the people who have been commenting today and have them reevaluate why it is they're feeling so unsafe around their neighbors. Is it looking at coming face to face with harsh realities of homelessness and having to witness people who are experiencing troubles in this terrible, terrible time? A lot of people who are involved in industries are complaining about having their businesses hurt by having unsheltered people around. I think that most things are being affected by COVID-19, and a lot of businesses have slowed down. And whether that means that a hotel maybe is not getting as many leisure visits as it rightfully shouldn't be getting during a global pandemic when people should not be traveling for leisure, but instead thinking about how to actually provide resources to our community members. I think that a lot of people feel unsafe around the police, and that issue, after many neighbors of yours have been protesting, seems to fare far less to the small inconvenience of having to see people who are not doing as well as you. I would consider reevaluating why it is that you're so afraid of looking at people who are less well off than you are. I would also like to say that to Aaron Mendenhall to stop trying to take people's belongings under the guise of connecting them with services. Only 4 people were able to be, only one person, like the person before me said, was able to be connected to services, but 4 could not be connected. Another comment that I have is on F1 in your meeting agenda, and I would like to offer congratulations to all of the city council members for doing a thumbs up on the ordinance restricting military service property in the police department. I think that while that is a great first step, that needs to get written into law immediately, and that needs to be publicized. People are clearly not receiving the information about what you're doing, which leads to confusion at these meetings. I have 2 minutes. I would like that to be better advertised across your social media platforms and made accessible on the City Council website, as well as Salt Lake City Governor's website. And I think that that way people will actually understand what's going on in an accessible way and understand what you're doing right. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, we have Kay Morris, followed by Larry Mullinex, and then followed by Ethan Marion. Kay, you're unmuted.
Hi. I want to start off by condemning all of the heartless normie capitalists that have called in thus far to complain about homeless people. If you don't care about the actual community in this city, then take your business somewhere else. We don't want you here. I am an outreach volunteer. I want y'all to know that we're so tired. We're exhausted from providing the help and resources that the city should be providing, and constantly worrying about the safety of campers from police harassment by the murderous Salt Lake Police Department. If you provided porta potties, garbage cans, needle drop boxes, hand wash stations, and city permitted camping areas, there would be so many less complaints from businesses. Use your brain, have a heart. We heard about your pathetic outreach attempts. We know you started phase 2. You should know that there are so many of us that will not allow camp closures or abatements without actual solutions. I hope that some of y'all are desperate for help and met with violence someday so you understand the pain that that causes. I wish you all the worst. Goodbye.
Thank you for your comments.
Next up, we have Larry Mullinex, followed by Ethan Marion, and then followed by Janelle Bauer. Larry, you're unmuted.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, council members, Madam Mayor. I represent the businesses along the west side of Salt Lake City, the River District, but more importantly, I represent the Utah State Fair Park. I'm calling today to express our support and our appreciation for the sacrifices and the contributions that you make to serve our city, but also to announce that the business community along North Temple is prepared to help support your initiatives for an ethical solution to the homeless encampments. There seems to be a disconnect in regards to what is homeless and then what is the predatory practices that are surrounding the homeless encampments. That would be the illegal drug selling and usage, the prostitution, and the human trafficking that is also associated with some of the homeless camps. We welcome the homeless along the river behind the Fair Park property. We do walk with those people on a daily basis, and we do empathize and sympathize with them and provide support. But make no mistake about it, there is a predatory element there that is preying on these people that needs to be resolved. And we just wanted to acknowledge that we're here to support. Let us know how we can help you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, we have Ethan Marion, followed by Janelle Bauer. Ethan, you are unmuted.
Perfect. Hello, City Council and Mayor. As a social worker, I spent the last decade in Salt Lake City. I hope you can hear and understand my concerns related to the COVID-19 winter plan. The current plan is being proposed. It's really trying to manage the impacts of trauma without addressing the root causes. By just shifting the homeless population to a different area of the city or state, this will not help or provide them with the basic resources they need. In fact, the current plan will only further traumatize, especially when the police are involved. Instead of traumatizing our community members, I encourage the city council and mayor to reevaluate the plan and immediately invest resources to provide shelter, access to bathrooms, access to clean water and food, and have medical and mental health services adapted to the needs of each individual. As a last point, I wish to speak to the potential of the murals being changed or taken down. This has become an important part of the community and really holds an important place for grieving families to feel support and feel connection to others. Please do not take any action that would take down or remove these murals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Janelle Bauer. Janelle, you are unmuted.
Hi there. Thanks for having me tonight. I'm an attorney who represents Cody Derrick, who is the neighboring property owner to the Telegraph Exchange Lofts proposed project number B7 on your agenda. This rezone application proposes 17 units on a lot currently zoned for 2. Approving the application casts doubt over a community's ability to look at its needs, engage in a public process, and have a say in its future, and frankly sets a bad precedent for the city. In 2013, the community acted to prevent this type of a project and rezoned the area from R30 to R2. A decision approving this application now takes away the community's voice and will negatively impact my client's property in ways outlined in my written comments submitted earlier today. There's also a false dichotomy that was set up in the Planning Commission approvals for this project that the applicant also seems to be wanting you to believe, and it's just not true. He's stating that if he does not get this rezone approved, he will have to tear down or demolish the Telegraph building, and that's simply not the case. He just wants to maximize his profits and put as many units as he can on this lot, when in reality, he can reuse that building still and put 2 lots on the, or 2 houses on the lot as zoned right now, and still have a great project that will fit with the neighborhood and within the community's goals. Given this history, the council has ample opportunity and discretion to reject this application under ordinance 21A.10.010. And I ask that you please do so and respect the community's wishes on this.
Thank you for your comment.
Next, we have Margie Broshinsky, followed by Philip Winston, and then Bill Tibbetts, followed by Micah Peters and Antonio Beebe. One moment while I pull up. Margie, you're unmuted. Margie? Broshinsky? All right, we will come back to that. Won't troubleshoot. Next, we have Philip Winston. One moment. Philip, you're unmuted.
Good evening, gentlemen of the City Council and Mayor Mendenhall. I am calling on behalf of Micah Peters project on 8th East. I am a business owner as well as a landowner in the 9th and 9th area, and the area has changed significantly over the years and become a beautiful place, not only for people to walk in the evenings, but to support the businesses in the local district. However, the density in the area is not enough to support the businesses that are there locally. The increase of development here is a positive for the neighborhood. It's a positive for the business. It is a fairly large piece of property, and while it was spoken that only 2 units could go on there, this is a great opportunity to have positive development done that will then create organic customers for the businesses in the 9th and 9th area. I'm in favor of this project and feel like this is a positive add to the neighborhood. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you for your comments.
All right, we are going to go back to Margie Broshinsky. You're unmuted now, Margie.
Hi, thank you. Sorry, I stepped away from my computer for a moment, but I just want to say that I think that we're talking about this as if we're, anybody that is opposed to crime happening outside their front door, outside their office, is a person who has no compassion for homeless people. And I feel like that is absolutely false and unfair. But as a business owner, as a resident, I cannot have people selling drugs right outside my front door. I mean, that's not a homeless problem as far as I'm concerned. That's a criminal problem. And that's a big problem throughout the city, that if you can't walk along our city streets without being afraid for your safety, this isn't an issue of not being willing to look at another person, not having any compassion. I have, as well as many of you, I'm sure, have spent a great deal of time and resources and money advocating and volunteering and helping the homeless community. But this is an issue of crime happening in our neighborhoods, which is preventing children from being able to play outside, from being able to walk to school safely, preventing people from being able to go to the grocery store or step outside on their sidewalk because of criminal and violent behavior, not because of homelessness. And I think it's very important that we call this what it is. This is a criminal problem. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
All right, next we have Bill
Thank you, Mark.
Tibbet. Oh, excuse me, Council Chair.
Oh, I was just saying thanks. So go ahead.
Next we have Bill Tibbet, followed by Micah Peters and Antonio Beebe. Bill, you're unmuted.
Great, thank you. My name is Bill Tibbetts. I am commenting as the Associate Director at Crossroads Urban Center. Had intended to just comment on one thing, but most of the people we serve at our downtown food pantry right now are unsheltered and homeless people or people living in one of the resource centers. And so I think it's worth noting that we have so much of our problems with sheltered homelessness and unsheltered homelessness at this time stem from decades of state and federal underfunding of mental health services, substance use services, and housing services. And so I think we would like to encourage the city to be more engaged in talking to our federal officials about the need for more housing funding at the federal level, the need for more mental health funding at the federal level. I think with Medicaid expansion, we have an increased capacity for substance use treatment, but I think like the National League of Cities has had a very strong position talking about the need to preserve, to provide federal funding to help cities maintain their existing services, and that's important. And obviously, some of those services in the city are homeless services. But I think they need to be ready to lobby whoever wins this presidential election that to do more on housing, to do more on mental health services. The other thing I wanted to comment on was the RMF 30 rezone proposal. I think our position, we understand that doing more to create missing middle housing is part of the city's housing plan. There are also a lot of affordability pieces in the housing plan, and we think that it's important that the affordability pieces and the preservation pieces are dealt with before we make it easier for developers to build more townhomes on sites where there currently are low-income families living. What we don't need is to make it easier to demolish the existing affordable housing in the city until we have a no net loss policy to create mechanisms for preserving and reproducing affordable housing when it's lost, and to passing the affordable housing overlay to create incentives for developers to include more affordable housing and projects as we go forward. So we would say slow down on the RMF 30 rezone until you are able to pass the affordability pieces that are under the works. So thank you for the opportunity to comment, and again, thank you for, as other people have said, thank you for your endurance.
Thank you, Bill. Robert, are you there?
So sorry, Council Chair. I had my mic on, or my mute on.
Okay.
Next, we have Micah Peters, followed by Antonio Beebe, and then followed by Ray Duckworth. Micah, you are unmuted.
Thank you, members of the council and mayor. Thanks for all your great work and dedication to the city. My name is Micah Peters. I'm the applicant for item B7, the Telegraph Exchange Lofts rezone. I wanted to quickly just make a few statements and detail how some of the comments about my proposed project are factually inaccurate. First of all, Mr. Nathan Florence, who's a great neighbor and a great community member of Local Street, who I've met with several times, stated that I had no support from direct members of the street. And that is, again, factually inaccurate. Ms. Adina Gardner, who owns 5 houses in the neighborhood and 2 houses on the direct block 8th East, spoke on our behalf this evening, as well as council members. You'll see numerous written letters, emails to council comments supporting our project. Additionally, Nathan, unfortunately impugned my character by insinuating that I had not told the truth on any matters. And my family, myself, intend to own or occupy this property. We're very much interested in having a wonderful relationship with our direct community and the greater 9th and 9th community. So we would not, under any circumstances, present untruths to the direct neighbors. Additionally, Cody Derrick's attorney, Janelle Bauer, misstated and said that we were trying to get 17 units on the 833 lot. Our RM45 lot of 847, where the historic building is under its current zoning allowed 16 units, while the 833 lot was downzoned 5 years ago from a 7-unit lot to 2 units. We're simply trying to get back the previous zoning that was on that lot in a blanket rezone so we can have 23 units and justify saving the historic building. And we're very much committed to doing that. It's a passion project for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Micah.
Following Micah, we have Antonio Beebe, followed by Ray Duckworth, and then Alice Armstrong. Antonio, you are now unmuted.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. Greetings, y'all. I'm Antonio, representing the Rose Park Brown Berets. I'm here again to demand y'all to put a stop to the camp abatements and to put more resources for our unsheltered community members. Police is not the answer and never the answer. Gentrification is not the answer and never the answer. Gentrification is violence. Police brutality is the spearhead of gentrification. Y'all have the capability to give our community members housing, mental health, resources. I'm not surprised why the city council member hasn't implemented help and support for unsheltered relatives on North Temple specifically. Y'all were okay with shutting down Artist Circle and leaving those folks who worked there without a job. Remember when y'all were okay with shutting down the shelter too, and we all know that didn't end well, and it just created even more problems. Andrew Johnston, James Rogers, I hope you're listening to this. I know you're probably receiving messages from the real estate Swabby. This is one guy by the name of Nigel Swabby who was commenting earlier. He has consistently been being really disrespectful to our unsheltered community members online on the Rose Park Communities page. He wants to demolish the Artist Circle building and to take advantage of that to make a profit for his stuff. So he isn't about the community. He has no empathy for the people. He has a lot of classist and racist tendency. That Artist Circle building on North Temple can be turned into a resource facility for our unsheltered relatives. Y'all could put porta potties, washing stations, simple things like that can be helpful, because our unsheltered brothers and sisters are humans too. And for the murals, that's a sacred spot for us. Our homie Bernardo Palacio, he's from Rose Park too. He got killed by the police over there, 34 shots. That means a lot to us personally and to our community. And please, put a stop to the camp abatement, put more resources for our neighborhood, stop gentrification, do not be putting more police on the streets, defund the police. And thank y'all for listening.
Thanks for calling in, Antonio.
Next, we have Ray Duckworth. One moment. Ray, you're unmuted now. Ray Duckworth, you are unmuted. Hello? Ray Duckworth, you are coming through a little bit broken up. We will move her to troubleshooting and then come back. All right, next we have Alice Armstrong. Alice, you are unmuted.
Hello, thank you for your endurance and allowing us to speak to you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, good.
I oppose any plans to destroy the mural wall that memorializes the individuals who've been killed by Salt Lake police and other law enforcement officers. Not only do the murals memorialize the individuals who have been killed, but they also symbolize the unity being created by the remarkable community volunteers I see in Salt Lake City. Victims' family members who are grieving for their loved ones continue to travel long distances to remember their loved ones and to visit the murals. I know of many families from Utah County who travel to Salt Lake to see the mural wall and the Black Lives Matter mural painting and talk about racism and equal rights for all people with their young children. These places create great teaching destinations and encourage community involvement at a young age. The parents, brothers, and sisters of the victims who have been killed are embraced by the volunteers who have created and care for the mural wall. Healing and unity the murals create for all who are involved is remarkable. The Black Lives Matter community volunteers represent our community as a whole and the state of Utah. I encourage you to understand that the wall represents kindness, empathy, and unity, and to preserve the wall. Second, I'd like to address the Ordinance B5 and the issue of our homeless citizens and people who deal with mental health issues, including drug use. I'm concerned about the lack of affordable housing and/or shelters for our homeless population. I have watched hundreds of community volunteers donate their time and money feeding and caring for the homeless and mentally ill living on our Salt Lake City streets. Currently, the police are responsible to control the homeless and the mentally ill. It is not a crime to be homeless or to struggle with mental health issues. However, these people have been and are being treated as criminals by having the police arrest, charge them with crimes, and putting them in jail to detox. Then they are released back out onto the streets with a criminal record. It is well studied and documented that there is a direct correlation between poverty, joblessness, and a lack of community infrastructure and support to increase crime rates. Increased police footprint only increases police lethal use of force rates, and it does not stop crime. Please don't use our tax dollars on gentrification projects or by rezoning and tearing down existing housing, rather than creating community affordable housing, mental health, and community infrastructure support. I realize this is a complicated issue and cannot be solved at the city level alone. It will take funding and coordination from the city, county, and state budgets and officials. However, our elected officials must focus on the root problems of crime. Anything else is putting a tiny bandage on a gashing wound. I believe there is a giant volunteer structure and many nonprofit organizations with proving housing models such as the Urban Housing Coalition and others already in place working to help the homeless. I encourage you to work with these volunteers, work together with other elected officials and organizations, and move away from policing. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice.
All right, we are going to try to go back to Ray Duckworth. One moment. Ray, you are unmuted now. Ray, are you there? Ray, we can hear you if you're there.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but you're very broken up.
Ray, we will continue to troubleshoot with you, and then we will come back to you. Following Ray, we're going to move on to Laurel Christensen, followed by Colin, user 40, first 858, and then Colin, user 41, first 3224. One moment while I pull Laura Christensen up. Laurel, you're unmuted. Laurel Christensen, you are unmuted. All right, we will move on from Laurel to Colin user 40. One moment, Colin user 40, 858-354. You are unmuted. Please state your name.
Hi, my name's Catherine Van Sleen. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Awesome. So I'm calling again to state my disapproval of the mayor's winter plan. I listened to the update during the city council work session today, and I have to say that I'm completely unsurprised by what an incredible waste of time and resources this so-called outreach effort is. For those of you who didn't listen, the first day of outreach for phase 2 of the winter plan was yesterday, and they reported that they engaged 14 people in their outreach efforts. Of that already small number, 1 person accepted an offer of shelter. 1 person was connected with a housing case manager. There were 4 attempts to connect people with a service that ended up being unavailable anyway. And there were 9 offers of services that were not accepted. And now that your so-called outreach is complete, I'm guessing that you're going to continue moving forward with your plan to close the camp, even though you were only offering what I can only assume is substandard support to 2 people. I find it incredibly frustrating that after refusing to support groups that coordinate successful outreach on their own, after being handed an effective outreach model by them, you still fail to grasp how to properly support our homeless communities. You also said today that you learned yesterday that it's difficult for people to access documents such as birth certificates, but anyone who already coordinates outreach with these folks could have told you that in any one of the meetings you've had with them. And they also seem to already know of services that you don't, that can help with those barriers. So it's clear to me that you don't know what you're doing, that people don't trust you in your outreach efforts, and that the winter COVID plan is going to be another failure and a cause of immense harm to our community. I'm asking, begging you, please stop bringing police into homeless camps, stop the abatements and the closures, please stop the winter plan. And I also just want to say how aghast I was to hear the number of my own neighbors who called in to support the inhumane treatment of our homeless community and who housed it as compassion. Shame on you all. Thank you.
Thanks for calling in.
We are going to go back to Ray. She is currently in the room with CC Cummings, so we are going to unmute that mic and allow Ray an opportunity to speak. Ray, you are unmuted.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my general statement and a specific statement. My general statement is regarding the unsheltered. It's directed to Mendenhall, Johnston, and Fowler. Salt Lake City spends $1 million a year on a little hole in the wall that's supposed to provide resources for the unsheltered 24/7. And I want to highlight that Mendenhall saved $300 million on the airport. Meanwhile, I see multiple community organizations actively going out and providing basic needs and hygiene for the unsheltered by donation, while the taxpayer dollars pay the police to break up camps. If that's where our money is going, it's a waste of time and it's not policing by definition. Property is not worth more than lives, so you need to check your moral compass. Specific statement focuses on the police brutality mural building. The community has put in work into this building, and the community has provided a safe space for families to grieve, to be a safe space, and it would be beyond unfair to destroy this building. As far as zoning goes, figure it out. zone it according to and in favor of the community who is actively involved in that space. There is no correct way to grieve, and it would be disgusting of you to disregard that and disregard the community who is involved in that building. You need to consider people of color voices for people of color spaces. This is a white-filled room, and they will not serve my people. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Ray. Just want to just clarify, if you're calling in with a general public comment, you can comment on any issue that you'd like. If you'd like to make a specific comment, you need to identify which of the one of the 9 items that's on the agenda that you'd like to comment on. So just for future reference going forward.
All right, we are going to move back to Laurel Christensen, who now has her mic working. Laurel, you are unmuted.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect. Good evening, everyone. My name is Laurel Christensen. I live in the Ballpark neighborhood. I have 2 comments and then one's general. First, I want to comment on G1. I'm not in favor of the proposed ordinance to rezone the Southeast Market. It seems unnecessary and a shoo-in for more box housing and less local character. These rezones are morphing our city from a neighborly town into a generic city as we lose our unique locally owned businesses. And losing the Southeast Market would be a huge blow to the area. And I ask that you keep this area as is and stop the rezone of the Southeast Market. The second item I want to speak on is B7, the proposed rezone of the Fleet Block. The local homeowners have invested several years, livelihoods, and money into this area as it's currently zoned. Rezoning this area is a blatant disregard of the city's master plan that your constituents agreed to several years ago. It should not be changed. And we are tired of talking to brick walls with this. And I urge you to stop this unnecessary rezone of the Fleet Block. And my final comment is general, and it's regarding the winter plan for COVID-19. While this is a start, we are in a pandemic, and this is a quick fix, not a long-term solution. I've seen more and more people sleeping in their cars since March, since the pandemic. We need more resources, not police. The police are busy. The porta potties at the ballpark worked. I picked up a significantly less amount of human-sized poop in my neighborhood while walking my dog when those restrooms were available. Again, we need more resources, not police. The police are busy. We need community solutions. Homelessness is solvable. The nonprofit Community Solutions is proof of what is possible. Cahoots in Eugene, Oregon is proof of what's possible. They have done the work. And all I ask is that the city supports all members of the community with community solutions. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, we have call-in user 41. That is 435-224, followed by Michelle M., Sabrina Franks, and Monica Hilding. One moment as I pull up call-in user 41. Call-in user 41, first 3435, followed by 224. You are unmuted. Please give your name and your comment. Call-in user 41, first 3435, followed by 224. You are unmuted. If you'd like to give your name and comment. All right, we will come back to call-in user 41 in a moment. We will move on to Michelle M. One moment as I pull Michelle up. Michelle, you are now unmuted.
Hi, my name is Michelle Maurer. I'm urging you all to end the camp abatements, and I'm asking you to end Mayor Mendenhall's COVID-19 winter plan. Or like a previous caller, Eliza said, whatever you all are calling it this week, you need to end the abatements and provide more resources for shelter, hygiene, food, and water. Outreach workers and volunteers have witnessed firsthand the inhumane treatment of individuals during these camp abatements. We've spoken out, we've made our demands clear, we've given very specific actions that should be taken to actually help unsheltered people in our community. Y'all are not listening, and that needs to change. You must work with the unsheltered people and with people who actually support these people. I'm also incredibly disappointed in what I've heard from others in this meeting. A lot of people mentioning their compassion and empathy. It's really disgusting, though, to then hear them talk about their businesses and the safety and hygiene without actually caring where these people, these individuals, are supposed to go, what they're supposed to do after their things are taken from them. It's been said, but these camp abatements, this winter plan is cruel. We demand more from you. Stop criminalizing homelessness. Stop prioritizing building developers over human lives. Stop flooding the police with funds and instead put those funds into resources that actually help our community, like addiction resources, housing, mental health resources, education. And then I also like to speak more specifically. I know, Chris, you just said to provide the specific like ID for it, but my web thing wasn't loading. I couldn't remind myself what it was, but I'd just like to express my support for the murals on 300 West. They've become a place to grieve and heal and share. It's become a really sacred place to a lot of people. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle.
Next, we have Sabrina Franks, followed by Monica Hilding, and then Amanda Peterson. One moment. Sabrina, you are unmuted.
Hi, I just wanted to make two quick comments. The first one is just that air pollution is so bad, especially with the fires and the air that's been coming over to our area. And as we all know, inversion season is coming, and so air pollution is only going to get worse. And so I wish that the inland port was held to more standards on pollution. And I ideally that the inland port wasn't happening at all. But my second comment is just about the camp clearing. I understand that encampments need to be managed in order to maintain hygiene, but that does not necessarily mean that we have to clear people away from the area or to throw away their belongings. And we can't have a compassionate camp clearing process without having somewhere else for people to go. And so it's really disappointing to see that there's no overflow shelter currently. And there's an uptick in homelessness, in new homeless people because of the pandemic, but just because Salt Lake is a growing city. And so this problem is only going to get worse. And so we need more permanent solutions. So I really like to see more permanent solutions coming into the conversation, because people can't get housing if they don't have stability. They can't have vital documents when their things are getting thrown away. They can't have documentation saying that they've been homeless unless they have something in HEMIS saying, I've been homeless this many days in a shelter. And so by having people on the street just camping out, they're not able to qualify for programs to get housing in the first place. And so I know homelessness is a complex issue, but first and foremost, people need to be inside. They need to be somewhere safe. They need to have food, water, and somewhere to wash their clothes and to just maintain their humanity. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Next, we have Monica Hilding, followed by Amanda Peterson, and then call-in user 46, first 3898. Monica, you are unmuted.
Thank you. I'm calling about the B8 demolition ordinance, and it makes it easier for developers to demolish and replace housing units. And I'm very concerned about this because what happens is developers are destroying existing homes that are occupied, or apartments that are occupied. And so there needs to be some kind of affordable housing overlay to encourage the production of more affordable housing units. And we need to pass a net loss ordinance to ensure the replacement of affordable housing units. when they are eliminated by demolition. And we need to avoid subsidizing slumlords who are not providing adequate housing and are allowing their properties to deteriorate to the point where they need to be boarded up and destroyed, not necessarily because they should have been destroyed or that they couldn't have been maintained, but because that was deliberate. And so I want the city to be aware of that when they consider the demolition ordinance. Thank you.
Next, we have
Thank
Andy
you.
L, followed by Josh K, then followed by call-in user 49, first 3891. Annie L, you are unmuted.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for staying so late. I know it's 9:36, but I just want to start by saying the inland port is a blatant disregard for the air quality of Utah. Regulations will only be dodged by the deep pockets, poisoning our community and families as payment for this. One can say they'll protect the air, our population, but this is the moment of action, and the port is showing blatant apathy for the community. This is particularly true for our unsheltered who are out there breathing at 24/7. I know most of us are on a computer. We're lucky enough to be in a home with filters and access to things, but just imagine being out there in the winter in the smog all the time. And while I agree that, the unsheltered population, it's a complicated issue, and what to do, what can we do, but there has to be a way that doesn't enact violence and trauma, destroying the homes and things of our unhoused population. We're a beautiful city with resources. We have smart people here, but we are just continuously turning our back and delaying actually facing this community because we're scared. I just want to say, it's just hard. We need to care for these people. And I just want to end it by saying this quote: "The moral test of a government is how the government treats those who are in the down of life, the children, those who are in the twilight of life, the elderly, those who are in the shadows of life, the sick, the needy, and the handicapped. We will be judged by how we take care of these people. And right now we're letting them down." Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, we have Josh K, followed by call-in user 49, first 3891, followed by Erica Kazi. Josh K, you are unmuted.
Hi, City Council members and Mayor Mendenhall. I'm calling with a general comment just to express my disappointment with all the proposals to address unsheltered encampments and my disappointment with many of tonight's commenters' complete lack of compassion and inhumane language used to discuss the unsheltered community, which I want to remind the council are human beings and your constituents too. The council and mayor have discussed encampment cleanup plans that include vague ideas about social services and outreach to support these communities. But as a social worker in this community, I'm acutely aware that unless you're pulling millions of dollars from somewhere, perhaps maybe the police budget might be a good idea, we simply do not have even close to the amount of resources needed to support our unsheltered community that will be impacted by these cleanups. And any discussion otherwise is gross naivete or empty words used to help sleep at night while you make plans to shuffle around, traumatize, and unnecessarily expose unsheltered folks to the criminal legal system. Shelters are full, social workers are overworked, and these abatements only make it more difficult for our unsheltered folks to get assistance and make it out of their difficult circumstances. For the business owners expressing concern, know that this plan will not help any of our community members find shelter. Lastly, for our community members expressing fears of increased crime and danger, please reconsider these assumptions. We have statistics that show our unsheltered community is way more likely to be victims of violence than perpetrators. Just because people make you uncomfortable doesn't make it a crime. Just because someone is doing something against the law does not mean you are in danger. And none of this justifies plans to temporarily shuffle unsheltered folks around. Especially as we approach winter and our unsheltered community cannot afford to lose their belongings that will keep them warm, while this council continues to choose short-term band-aids over actual systemic change and reallocation of funds. Thank you for listening.
Council Chair, we are going to move back to call-in user 41, first 3435224 to see if they are able to speak now. Call-in user 41, First three, 435, followed by 224. You are unmuted. Please list your name and your comment. Okay, we will go ahead and move on to calling user 49. Your first three are 891. You're unmuted. Go ahead and give your name and comment. Calling user 49, first three, 891. All right, we will go ahead and move on to the next commenter, who is Erica Kazi. Give me one moment while I pull Erica up. Erica, you are unmuted now.
Hi, thanks so much for having me tonight and hearing what we all have to say. I know it's a lengthy evening for all of you council members and Ms. Mendenhall. I'd like to bring up the fact that we're dealing with a very complex problem here, which means that we have to find creative solutions. All I've been hearing about from our government is, and from this committee itself, is antiquated solutions that have not worked. Someone had mentioned earlier that this has been the homelessness problem has been a problem that we've been dealing with in Salt Lake City for a number of years. Clearly, the approaches that we've been making haven't been working, so I'm calling to make a more creative approach. I also want to bring up for the homeless abatement issue, it doesn't make sense for us to be moving these people amid a global pandemic that's minimizing their experience in the matter. And a lot of people are already facing mass evictions. People are losing their jobs. We have one of the highest rates of unemployment right now. And to further punish these people by moving them around without providing them an alternative is blatantly absurd. Unfortunately, homelessness is a disease of capitalism, so it can happen to anybody. People can be down on their luck, and instead of providing them resources to build themselves back up, we are further victimizing them by classifying them as criminals. And then in regards to the mural, this is a community space. I've been there before. The amount of gardens and candles and flowers and the general experience of peace is rather pleasant. I'm calling for a creative approach to maybe redesigning that space. We could just keep the walls up that have the artwork on them and create a public space. And this could add to potential tourism for political tourism. This would provide us.
Sorry, you're out of time. I appreciate you calling in, and we appreciate your comments. You can give the rest of us at council.comments@slcgov.com, or you can call in our 24-hour number. Thank you.
The next speaker we have is Tommy Frazier, followed by Leah Joyner, and then Ashley Finley. Tommy, you are unmuted and ready to speak. Tommy Frazier, you're... Yes.
Hi. Thank you, Council, for holding this meeting. I know this has turned into a long one. I had some thoughts written down about the abatements, but a lot of people have made the same points, even more succinctly than I've been capable of. I just wanted to touch on the paradigm being displayed by the proposed city solution to houselessness. A lot of people have touched on that these people are people deeper than that. They're community members and constituents themselves. I've heard comments from business owners saying that in the last few months, their businesses have been impacted by COVID. And on top of it, this houselessness problem is exacerbating the issue without recognizing that the pandemic is actively forcing people on the streets. A lot of the people who are unsheltered in our community right now are freshly unsheltered and are valued members of the community. So the idea of not looking at the big picture of why the homeless population is increasing seems incredibly unempathetic to me. And just would like to echo the resources first approach being proven effective in so many other cities. When we shuffle camps around, we're not decreasing the number of unsheltered individuals. We're decreasing the number of unsheltered individuals on a given corner for that evening. And it's a very short-sighted way to deal with what are admittedly sanitation issues that come with the camps.
Thank you, Ashley. We appreciate your comments.
Next, we have Leah Joyner. Go ahead, Leah, you're unmuted.
Hi, my name's Leah Joyner. I live in the Granary District next to the Fleet Block where the murals are housed. I know that there's been some community input period on the rezoning process for the Fleet Block in the past, and some of that predates current council members' appointments. But I think that there now needs to be a renewed community input phase for that rezoning. The murals have provided a really important safe space here, and I think that we need a full relaunch of community comment for rezoning to take into account the significance that the space has taken on in light of the murder of Bernardo Palacios in this neighborhood, and the installment of the murals as a space for the community to honor him and the other victims of police brutality here. I also just want to reiterate my opposition to the COVID-19 winter camp abatement plan. We need more investment in community resources, mental health, food access, and housing, and less police harassment of people experiencing homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, we have Ashley Finley. One moment as I pull Ashley up. Ashley, you are now unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hi. I'm just calling in to express my discontent and extreme anger at two things. One of them being the homeless abatement. I think that it's incredibly cruel to enact violence on unsheltered communities for no other reason than that people in your hotels get uncomfortable sometimes. I'd also like to make a comment to all of those folks who are on this call who have expressed disgust or discomfort with the crime rates going up. That is what happens when you gentrify neighborhoods and when you take away resources from those who are most vulnerable in our community. It means that you get uncomfortable sometimes. So if you have an issue with it, I suggest you move yourself back over to Draper or back over to the Upper East Side and leave these communities alone, because you're only doing harm and perpetuating violence. I also want to express my anger that there's even a proposal to rezone the area where the murals are. I think that it's a complete slap in the face that not only has the city council and this mayor funded a murderous police department over and over and over again, but now you're taking away our mourning space or our grieving space. And so I propose that if you do in fact rezone that area and disrupt those murals and disrupt that sacred space, then that those murals be given, or the artists be given funding to paint those murals in the Salt Lake City airport, so that anyone who comes into Salt Lake City knows exactly what happens here in the city and how many people the police of the city have killed.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, we have call-in user 51, first 3385, followed by 368. Call-in user 51, you have been unmuted. Call-in user 51, first 3385, followed by 368.
Hi, my name is Holly Burrows, and I had some general comments. First, about the unsheltered and the winter plans that they have for them as we're preparing food to take out to them, because yeah, Black Lives for Humanity movement is one of those organizations that actually takes care of the unsheltered because they haven't been taken care of. Because all of these resources and things that have been put in place have not worked. They have not worked so far. And I am disgusted that people get on here and they talk about the crime and selling drugs. Homeless people are not selling drugs. The unsheltered are not out there selling drugs. The drug problem is a much bigger problem. My brother, before he killed himself 4 years ago, sold his meth to lawyers and judges and people like that. And he came from the suburbs of Salt Lake. That is not where the drug problem is. They come and find the unsheltered because they want to be in that environment so that you can blame the unsheltered and they don't get blamed. Now, the second thing I want to talk about is the murals. There is no other option. You cannot take down those murals. These people had their lives ripped apart when their family members were killed by police officers, more government officials. If you take down those murals, you are reopening every one of those wounds for all of those people. And I just would like the council to note that, many people got on here and they made general comments and specific comments. I would just like you to just be aware in the future that the only one that you called out to make sure they were, saying the specific ordinance that they were talking about was Ray Duckworth, who is a Black woman. Please don't silence Black women, correct Black women if you're not going to correct everyone else. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Thank you for your comments.
One moment. All right. We are going to try moving back to call-in user 49. First 3801 followed by 891. Call-in user 49, first 3891. You are unmuted if you'd like to go ahead and give your name and comment. Call-in user 891. Okay. We are going to go ahead and move on. The next we have is Aaron Moore, followed by Noel Johansson, and then Asia Washington. One moment. Aaron Moore, you are unmuted.
Hi, my name's Erin Moore. I'm just calling in with a general comment to say I agree with all of the folks tonight who are calling for the end of camp abatements and closures and more, and to say we do need more support for homeless folks who need actual COVID-19 support still, just like the rest of us, as well as general support, which includes hygiene access and more comprehensive resources from city outreach staff. And I know that you have advice being given to you over and over again by folks like SWAP, as Jinx said much earlier, for connecting homeless folks with resources they need to actually get and stay off the streets. To me, it seems apparent that the city cares more about the squeamishness of developers and tourists around the ugly side of homelessness than they do about actually helping these people get out of the most difficult experience a person could likely ever go through. I'd also like to point out that if people are refusing services from outreach teams from the city, they must have a good reason to be doing so. And I've heard from homeless folks themselves that often they don't feel safe at shelters or that they're unclean. To get at one of the earlier commenters, I don't know any kids that walk to school through downtown, and that the appeal to innocence in crime is a cop-out that avoids confronting the realities of why drugs are a problem for some people, which is often to do with unaddressed trauma, mental health, and unstable environments that are part of the cycle of poverty which is maintained by over-policing, punitive laws, and city and state governments that keep underfunding programs that would address those issues, like yourselves. I know it's going to be a long night for y'all, but not longer than every night folks spend on the streets, and even more so when their things are being constantly stolen and thrown away in the name of hygiene by the city, a city that won't provide things like warming stations, porta potties, and hygiene or hand washing stations that would help with hygiene for the homeless community. That's all I gotta say. I ditto everyone else who said similar things to me. Thanks for your time.
Thanks for your comments.
Next, we have Noel Johansson. Noel, you are unmuted now.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, go
Great.
ahead.
Appreciate the time. I just want to invite everyone listening to take a look upward. Are you looking at a roof? Are you in a house right now? Are you in an apartment, a condo? Are you in a friend's house? Are you in a tent? You probably aren't in a tent. Is there a police officer tearing down your tent, stealing your only backpack, your only water bottle? When was the last time you skipped a meal? When was the last time you ate a meal? Where would you like them to go? Where would you like them to go? Where would you like them to urinate? Where would you like them to defecate? Where would you like them to sleep? What would you like them to eat? Do you have answers? Because I know people do, and you're not listening. So stop saying it's a complex issue. Stop opening your mouth to say it's complex. You're gaslighting. Start listening. Start listening to the people who have been living and surviving on the street because the system has failed them. If you want to talk about crime, let's talk about the systemic crime that has put a roof over your head on stolen land, on land that doesn't belong to you, you proud homeowner. You proud homeowner. This is not your land. It is not your right over anyone else's to have a roof over your head. So get off of your high horse. Check your fucking privilege. And answer me this, where would you like them to go? Thank you for your time.
Thank you for calling in.
Next, we have Asia Washington, followed by Brooks Bergman. Asia, you're unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name's Asia. I am a social worker here in the city, and I just wanted to make a comment about the camp abatements. I was actually out there last winter with a law enforcement agency doing outreach by the library when camp abatements were happening. It was an absolutely horrible experience because I had absolutely nothing to offer these people. They had nowhere to go, and if we were able to get them in anywhere, it was because it was pure luck. We're using our jails and as mental health centers, as detox centers, and it's not right. You have all these other social workers on here who work with this population telling you this isn't working. Putting social workers with police is not working. It's not enough. We need to do better. We need to think outside the box. We need to make sure that people have resources before they get into housing, when they get into housing, and afterwards. It's not just enough to put them in housing and not give them the case management to make sure they're successful in housing and aren't going to be evicted for mental health issues and whatever else. I just am just so upset about the way that people are talking about the people that I work with, that I have the privilege to work with and call my clients and my fellow community members. I also want to make a comment on the murals. Whatever ends up happening with the murals, you need to factor in the community's input on that, because that has become a sacred space for all of us to grieve and to come together and to be seen by one another. And if you take that away, it's just another slap in the face by the police and by the city council to this community that is doing everything it can to stay strong during COVID and during everything that's happened during 2020. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, we have Brooks Bergman, followed by call-in user 59, first 3440, followed by Brinley Froelich. Brooks, you are unmuted.
Y'all hear me
Brooks.
all right?
Yes.
Okay. All power to the people. I don't want to sit here and try to aggrandize on the fact that there's been individuals that have been, very discriminatory and dehumanizing of the homeless population. But I do think that the people in this call need to understand that it's not it's more of a reflection of their vested and material class interest, right? And keeping the poor poor and keeping the homeless homeless, right? When we hear hotel managers and hotel owners speak about our people and our communities in such a degrading fashion, we have to understand that these same people built their wealth off of the exploitation of the people that work in their hotels, off of the exploitation of the people in their surrounding communities, right? And we have to understand those who make profits in our communities as exploiters in our communities. And these are the types of people that honestly, for real, need to be chased out of our communities, right? But I think like more than that, we also have to understand when people speak about this as being a criminal issue is that if you have your ear to the streets at all, you understand that all these drugs are flowing from the suburbs, from Draper and from West Jordan. It's coming from the same communities that the cops are flooding our communities in here in Salt Lake City, right? But we don't see the police in Draper. We don't see the police in West Jordan, right? We don't see the police policing themselves in their own communities. We see them in Rose Park. We see them in Glendale. We see them in the Rio Grande area. We see them in active sites of gentrification, right? But we never see them policing in the own communities where those drugs are flowing from in the first place, yo. And there's a reason for that, right? It's because y'all directly profit off of this entire system. Because then y'all put them into therapy programs that individualize their problems, neglect the socioeconomic conditions, what put them there. You put them on methadone in a state where 80% of people start off that have heroin addiction start off with prescriptions, right? And you push them back into the system that is cyclical, but all the while, those that are making direct investments within Salt Lake City are continuing to reap profit off of every step of this process, right? And we saw every step of that process, every single corporation, every single capitalist that was involved in the Rio Grande process of Operation Rio Grande make money off of it, right? Who didn't see the money? It was the people that y'all were oppressing. It was the people that you were sticking dogs on, yo. Where is the money going in all of this? At all
Brooks, thank
times,
you for calling in. I'm sorry that's your time's expired. And feel free to send us your full comments to our email or to call our 24-hour phone service. Thanks.
Next, we have call-in user 59. Give me one moment while I pull that up. So sorry, the 59 just went away. So we'll come back. The next name we have is Brinley Frolit. Give me one moment. Brinley, you are unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm a resident of Salt Lake, and since it seems to matter to the city, I'd also like to mention that I'm a business owner. I think the mayor and the city council aren't taking seriously enough the harm that they're causing against people in need, and instead appeasing real estate developers, property owners, and other business owners who are not in need. We are all experiencing fragility as our social systems fail to help us. People are losing their jobs, their houses, their healthcare, and their livelihoods. And our situation was already fragile before the pandemic hit. Our communities out in the streets trying to provide resources where the city fails to, and yet you continuously try to act like that's the wrong way to help and that you have other resources available. This is simply not true, and your efforts to misguide the public in this way is offensive. For years, the city has handed out tax breaks and other incentives to developers so that they can tear down old buildings and put up new ones, or to create warehouse spaces like in the Inland Port, which will damage our already bad air quality and negatively impact the health of the people who live here. Almost all of these new structures are frankly really ugly, lifeless, and boring, and they fail to give our city any character. But most importantly, the gentrification is displacing residents from their homes. Some of the previous people commenting have mentioned that they wish for more policing, but we need to recognize that policing actually creates barriers to access resources rather than provide them. You, the mayor, and the city council need to get serious about addressing root issues, grow your capacity for empathy, and stop bending over backwards to please business owners and real estate development. We need housing for everyone, and we need to readjust our budget priorities so that we're actually contributing to the health and wellness of our city instead of its destruction. I care about people more than I care about the profit of my business, and it's my hope that that becomes the city stance as well.
Thank you, Brinley, for your comments.
Next, we have call-in user 59, who is actually Julie Cordell-Stevens. Julie, you are unmuted now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi. Again, my name is Julie Cordell Siemens. I'm a lifelong Utahn. I want to thank the council members and Mayor Mendenhall for listening to all our comments. That's been really awesome. You guys are sticking it out. Also, I want to thank you for the current work on police reform. I know there's still a long way to go, but I really thank you for working on that. I just want to say I don't agree with the camp abatement. You know, we need to have basic essentials for our unsheltered: bathroom, showers, laundry, access, clean water, food, shelter, not just pushing them from place to place. Please stop criminalizing homelessness. Please address the way police treat and interact with the unsheltered, and please address the rampant police abuse with the unsheltered. The other thing I wanted to say real quick is I do not agree with the rezoning of the area where the murals stand. That area has become a sacred place, and it's also a place where the community is coming to heal. Any destruction of these murals would cause great harm to our community. I suggest that you turn the building into a Utah Black History Museum and Community Center and make the murals permanent. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Julie, for your comments. I'm gonna, we still have about 25 commenters in the queue. I'm gonna call for another 5-minute break. So if council members need to stand up or go to the bathroom or whatever, please come back in 5 minutes and we'll see you then. council members, let's go ahead and resume with our public comment period. Robert, will you let us know where we're at?
Yes, Council Chair. We have Lex Scott coming next, followed by Patrick Mack, and then Shane Brooks, followed by Shaylee Simey. One moment while I pull up Lex Scott. Lex, you are unmuted.
Howdy, Cowboys. Please do not rezone the murals from public land use to commercial. That means you're going to try to put retail in there, and a retail store is just going to tear down those murals. We need a community center there. I'm a recruiter. I'll go teach them how to build their resume. I'll teach them job skills. We need to put something in there for the unsheltered, something for the community. I just read Mayor Mendenhall's plan for the winter, and it looks like she's going to put up some temporary housing. I love that. The problem is when you guys are going out on the street and you're trying to offer services, what you're doing is you're walking up to women and offering them the women's shelter when a lot of the people in encampments are in couples or families. So when you walk up to the men, they're not going to leave their girlfriend to go to the men's shelter. The women are not going to go to the women's shelter and leave their boyfriend. We need a temporary shelter that allows men, women, and children. They also need to be able to bring their tents and their carts with them. A lot of them will not go because they know that they are not allowed to bring their belongings inside, and there's no place to keep them outside. So can we please have showers? Can we please have porta potties? Can we have water and snacks in the temporary shelter? Please allow families to go together. And when I'm not worried about the police because I know a secret. I know that police are only responding to felonies right now. I also want to say thank you so much for your zero budget exercise for the police budget. I heard about your zero budget exercise where you're making the police prove what funding they need. I love it so much. And please don't take the belongings from the homeless. They need those. Thank you. Bye.
Thanks, Lex.
Next, we have Patrick Mack, followed by Shane Brooks and Shelley Simey. Give me one moment. Shane Brooks, you're unmuted. Oh, excuse me, Shane, one moment. Patrick, let me get back to you. Patrick, you are now unmuted.
I am unmuted. Hi, Patrick Mack. I do not own a business. I don't own my house. I'm paying a mortgage. I own not one, but 2 vehicles and a number of personal belongings. So those are my credentials. I'm kind of a big deal, and you should listen to me. So I wanted to comment because I live in Fair Park, and I know that in addition to the usual downtown business owner voices who engineered the pushing of unsheltered people into my neighborhood, who are still complaining that they need to keep pushing more, I know that in addition to those folks, your ears have been filled with voices now from my own neighborhood who are saying, me too, and I also want unsheltered people pushed out of my neighborhood now. And I want the city to use policing to enforce my profit margins or whatever. And I just wanted to call in to let you know that those aren't the only voices in my neighborhood. They don't represent all of us, and they may just have more time to engage you than most of the working class folks around here. And they definitely don't speak for the unsheltered people themselves, and the people who are out there struggling with substance misuse problems, mental health issues, and all that. They aren't speaking for them, and I wanted to remind you that those are also people, and that you can ask them questions, and that we don't have to just argue about what is best for them, and whether they should just disappear or be given resources. Thanks.
Thanks, Michael.
Next, we have Shane Brooks, followed by Shaili Saimi, and then call-in user 61, first 3404, followed by 751. One moment while I pull up Shane Brooks. Shane, you are now unmuted. Shane, are you there? Shane Brooks? All right, we will come back to Shane. Amanda will troubleshoot with him. We'll move on to Shaili Saimi. Shaili, you are unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Perfect. My name is Shaili Syme. I'm a resident of Salt Lake City. I also manage a business in the heart of the Rio Grande area. I am honestly shocked and saddened by what I have heard tonight from fellow business owners and workers in the downtown area. As someone who's worked in hospitality downtown for nearly 5 years, I have never once seen evidence of our houseless neighbors negatively affecting either my business or my customers' experience of this beautiful city. I would like to remind these members of my business community that our unsheltered neighbors are just that, our neighbors and important members of our communities. I have many suggestions for how you can truly help these members of our community. Feel free to reach out. My email is shailysyme@gmail.com. What I have seen, however, is the absolute lack of resources provided to our unsheltered neighbors. There aren't enough beds, there aren't enough resources, there aren't garbage cans, porta potties, warm spaces, needle swaps, hand washing, showers, food, water. Our houseless neighbors have nothing, and the only thing the camp abatements do is push people from camp to camp because they have nowhere else to go. It's cruel and it's unnecessary. City Council, I would like to urge you to put money towards actual resources instead of cruel, pointless camp abatements. If you can't do that, then at least make it easier for the community to go in and help our houseless friends. I have witnessed the community take better care of unsheltered folks than anything I have ever seen our city do. In fact, when the city sends police to break up camps, it makes our community work all the more difficult. But what we really need are homes, affordable homes. Rent in this city is skyrocketing and the constant development of luxury apartments happening all the time. That is not going to change. The endless gentrification of our beautiful city is what is truly ruining Salt Lake. We are driving out culture, diversity, individuality, creativity, everything that makes the city what it is. Finally, if you want to put the mural building to good use, turn it into a community center, a warming center, a place that we can use to take care of each other. Use city property in the city for the community for once, instead of fattening millionaire real estate developers' pockets. Thank you.
All right, we are going to go back to Shane Brooks. Shane, you are unmuted now. Shane? Shane is still having some technical issues. We will have Amanda reach out to him again. We will move on to call-in user 61. The first three are 404, followed by 751. Call-in user 61, you are unmuted.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Gutierrez Curiel Boone. I am calling because I am outraged that I even have to make this call to speak about these memorial murals in honor of the victims of the Salt Lake City Police Department. These murals are our statement to the world that as a community, we do not and will not continue to accept police brutality. These American families live every day without justice. You can at least show them solidarity. This is history in the making, and this is how we make America great. We have two paths laying before us. Justice for all, we're divided, we fall. We cannot let these memorials go down. You need to fight. And Shane, I hope that you come on and just please back us up on this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
All right, we will move on to Emma Roberts. Give me just one moment. Emma, you are unmuted. Emma? Emma Roberts. All right, we will come back to Emma in just a moment. We will move on to Russell Smith, followed by Gina Thane, and then call-in user 64. Give me one moment. Russell, you are unmuted.
Hello, council members. First, I'd like to mention that it seems to be clear by your video feeds who is paying attention and who is distracted by their surroundings and who is zoned out on their phones. We've had plenty of breaks. Please be respectful. I am a sheltered resident of Salt Lake City. I have also had the experience of being an unsheltered person in Salt Lake City. I do not speak for the unsheltered. However, I can speak for my 2 years as an unsheltered person. I want to make again the point that being without a home is rarely a choice and is certainly not a result of a moral failing. In my efforts to become sheltered and regain my independence, I had the less than common privilege of professional assistance with mental health and help from community programs that have resulted in my having stable housing for 4 years and being able to pursue a college education. This process was not easy. I do not mean to make it sound like it was. Restricting access to these programs and harassing the unsheltered is not going to solve or help the problems our city faces. Unsheltered people have inherent worth as human beings. We all have a right to self-determination, and creating barriers for unsheltered people is not only uncompassionate, but is morally reprehensible. The camp abatement plan and harassment of the unsheltered is an atrocity. As an Indigenous person and member of the Muskogee Nation, I see this focus on moving the quote-unquote have-nots for the convenience and benefit of the haves to be reminiscent of the forced relocation of my people. No one is illegal on stolen land. Winter is coming during a global pandemic. How can police help this problem? Our unsheltered neighbors need warm places to be, and we need to work on really removing barriers rather than just moving barriers further away from business owners' views. As for the murals, I would like to echo the sentiments offered previously that replacing the murals with further gentrification of the area would not put Salt Lake in a good light. The area has become a place of remembrance and gathering. Thank you.
Thank you, Russell.
All right, it sounds as if Shane Brooks was able to get their microphone working. I'm going to unmute them now. Shane, you're unmuted.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, first things first, I like was just said, it is clear that some of our council men and women are not paying complete attention to what is being said, but that has already been addressed. So I will say that the unsheltered people are humans and that they are needed to be treated like that. I myself was a person who was homeless for a while, and when I was spit on and had things thrown at me. And instead of having people help me, I was pushed away, and even had business owners physically attack me because they knew that I could not do anything, and the police would take their side. The issues are services, and the fact that there is nothing like a STAR team or a team like the Cahoots to get out there and help connect the unsheltered to resources. The mentally ill people that are unsheltered in the community are not getting what they need. Being mentally ill is not a crime, and it is being treated like such inside the unsheltered community. Is this the reason why the city council is working with the zero budget experiment, which is great? They can use that budget experiment to help find the money to help the unsheltered communities, and they can do that by starting to listen to community leaders like Lex Scott about how agenda item F1 needs to be passed into an ordinance. There is no need for SLCPD to have an MRAP inside Salt Lake City. Now, when it comes to the murals for the police victims, some of them end up there because of a lack of these resources. And I find that the fact that rezoning is being talked about is unnerving. The fact that you guys are using the excuse that it was happening before you guys were even on the council is just that. It's an excuse. Can you stop it? You can stop it by simply saying we're not going to do that. The area is fine as it is, and we can convert the existing building from a police training facility to a place for Black and Brown and Indigenous communities to feel safe.
Thank you, Shane.
All right, we are going to move On to Gina Thane, followed by call-in user 64, first 3466, and then Francisco Meza. One moment while I pull up Gina Thane. Gina, you are unmuted.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so my name's Gina Thane, and I'm a family member of Dylan Taylor. He is one of the faces on those murals. And so I would really like to tell you, you know, I wake up each day and I find that there are two things on my mind. The destruction of COVID-19 and Dylan. Then, of course, I distract myself with Facebook, and that seems like the easiest way to check up on my family, to see all of their beautiful faces all at once. Before I even get through 30 minutes of Facebook, I'm in tears. All the families fighting for justice, all the activists fighting for families for justice, all the bigger activist movements fighting for activists, fighting for families, families fighting for justice. There are so many people with power that pick up the ones who really want to make a difference for. Michael Brown had his people and they had power. George Floyd had his people and they had power. Breonna Taylor had her people and they had power. And I love that they had power, and I love that they have so many fighting for them, because they obviously cannot fight for themselves. I would be lying if I didn't own up to the fact I wish Cindrea Europe, James Barker, Corey Kanosh, Cody Belgard, Bobby Duckworth, Cody Ramsey, Dylan Taylor, just to name a few, that were all killed in Utah, they need the same power. Those murals bring them some of that power. Dylan needs that one person with power to speak for him to make a difference. No one hears me, and no one hears how much he was loved and how much he was missed, how much was robbed from him, how much he wasn't just another throwaway. He was here and he was enough. Every one of these victims of police brutality has someone that loved them, someone that misses them, and we all deserve justice. I've seen a video of a leader with power making a life decision in the name of Darian Hunt. And those murals are very sacred to every one of us. We need those murals to stay.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments.
All right, next we have call-in user 64. The first three are 435. Oh, or excuse me, the first three are 466. Call-in user 64, first three 466. You are unmuted. Please list your name and give your comment. Call-in user with the first three 466. All right, we can move on from that. The next we have Francisco Meza, followed by Imra Masood, and then William Santee. Give me one moment while I pull up Francisco. Looks like Francisco has left our meeting, so we will move to Amira Masood. Amira, you are unmuted.
Hi, thank you. My name is Amira. I'd like to make a comment on the murals that are at risk of being destroyed by rezoning. These murals are not merely art, they are a spiritual ground. They've given a collective voice and a safe place to the marginalized, abused, and unseen members of this community. To tear it down is not going to only be traumatic, it's going to be tone deaf. For a state that boasts some of the most renowned spiritual artifacts and architecture in the world, this decision doesn't match up with our public image. Destroying this mural is communicating to me and thousands of other minorities and victims that our experiences are unimportant and that they don't matter to the state of Utah. Sorry, I'm getting emotional, but I just want you to know that this will have dire repercussions. And I'm sad that it's even an option. And I hope you choose housing and healing over handcuffs and inappropriate priorities like gentrification amid a global pandemic. And I also want to thank you guys for giving us this forum and your attention. I'm really appreciative that you're here listening to us. Good night. Thank you.
Thanks, Amira.
Next we have William Santee, followed by John Yoon, and then Ashley Cleveland. William, you are now unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is William Santee. My first comment is about the homeless camp abatements. We need to show more compassion towards our unsheltered neighbors. Operation Rio Grande was a monumental failure, and this new plan seems to echo it in alarming ways. We need more affordable housing and real expansion of services without strings attached. I also wanted to weigh in about the removal of the murals. We absolutely should not do anything to them. And by removing them, we are sending a completely wrong message. That is a sacred space for people to mourn, and it needs to be maintained. Thank you.
Thank you, William.
Next, we have John Yoon, followed by Ashley Cleveland, and then Hillary McDaniel. John, you are now unmuted. John Yoon, are you there? John Yoon? All right, we will come back to John. One moment. Next, we have Ashley Cleveland. Give me one moment. Ashley, you are unmuted.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. I am here to comment on the rezone, the mural, and the winter abatement plan. I really have appreciated hearing everyone's comments here tonight. I mostly just want to give suggestions. I'm not sure if our planning department or RDA has really exercised any transfer of development rights from that block to maybe another comparable area in Salt Lake City. That's a really great way to generate revenue for an area that you would be moving development from. If you are able to do that, maybe the area around the murals could be utilized for temporary housing and or a temporary community area where the murals are currently physically in place. I do not feel that a form-based code district is really a priority right now, given our current circumstances. So I highly suggest tabling this application past November 17th, just because the community engagement process could be more robust, as highlighted by other comments. I do definitely feel there is a need to work directly with homeless resource volunteers, service providers, and people experiencing homelessness to come up with a solution that fits them. And I know that you can find, some time and money in your budget to get this done. You guys have done, really amazing things before, and I think you can do it. And I definitely, as a Black person in this community and someone who's experienced homelessness, I feel like these murals have to be preserved. Absolutely, there's no question they have to be preserved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ashley.
All right, we are going to go back and check on John Yoon for a moment. John Yoon, you are unmuted. All right, we will continue to work with John Yoon. And next we have Hillary McDaniel. Hillary, you are unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I just wanted to make a comment on agenda item G1, the fleet block zoning amendments. And I do realize the comment period is in November, but I'd like to make a quick comment tonight. On Sunday, a new park was opened to the public on the east side of the city, Allen Park. It was purchased by the city in 2019 for $7.5 million. I feel like buying this property and creating open space was a good decision. And funds used for this purchase included park impact fees and stormwater mitigation fees. Now let's move to the west side. I live on 300 West. I'm surrounded by luxury condos that I can't afford to rent, that members of our community can't afford to rent, and they're not being built for this community. They're being built for other communities to move in here and displace our community. The city owns about 10 acres on 300 West, between 8th and 9th South. And I just want you to think about why this property wasn't turned into a park. Why was this property just thought of as an investment for the city? Why does it need to turn a profit? Why does the west side always need to turn a profit for the city when the east side can have another park? it's been turned into a work of art by the community and a memorial by the community for the community. Nobody asked the city permission to create this art, and the most revolutionary artists never asked for or needed permission to make an impact. I'd like the city to start thinking of this as a work of art and a memorial, and to find funds, just like you found funds, park impact fee funds and stormwater mitigation fee funds, to turn this into a place for the community to gather and to mourn, to turn it into a mutual aid center, a homeless resource center. The community has taken over the space because the community knows what it needs, and I just encourage you all to listen to your community members. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather.
All right, next we have Icona. I'm going to go ahead and unmute you.
Please, go.
Icona, you are unmuted.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yes, Malolele Talafalava, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just calling about the murals and the also the unsheltered concern. So I just wanted to say about the murals. First and foremost, this is a sacred space. Our dear relatives were murdered by the police, and this is a place where we come as a community created by community. So we will not be distracted by the Black Lives Matter that the mayor created, and that was not created, and it was organic and not paid for. The 300 West murals that was created by and for the community. So please, if Black Lives Matter, don't put a mural in front of the government building. Be about it, live about it. You know, hire Black people, invest in Black women. And another thing too is that I see why the murals and the unsheltered are not important, because as your reactions when I see her on the video, it's just lifeless. So if you're lifeless to us, to our privilege, who have a computer, who have the internet, who have a telephone, how would you treat unsheltered people? Please, in regards to the unsheltered problem, stop pimping our people, stop selling people. You are on stolen land and you are reselling that. When we say unsheltered people, these are people, children. I lived in Salt Lake City. I am currently outside trying to look for a home because I cannot compete with gentrification. And people call it gentrification and zoning. Call it what it is: violence, racism, sexism. You hate queer people. You hate trans people. Don't call it rezoning. Call it what it is. And I'm just saying this also. And then in the honor of your ancestors, Mendenhall. Don't use your name, Mendenhall. Don't break a hall. Don't.
Thank you for your comments. Sorry that we ran out of time. You can send us the rest of your comments at council.comments@slc.gov or call our 24-hour line. Thank you.
Next, we have call-in user 71. First three is 928, followed by Shay Stoddard, and then Marvin Olibroth. Call-in user 71, first three, 928. You are unmuted if you'd like to give your name and comment.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Okay, perfect. So I'm Nicole Taylor, and so a couple of things. I'm going to echo some things that have already been said. First and foremost, do not rezone the murals, the area 8 to 900 south around 300 west, to commercial. This area and these murals have been a place where the community has come together for the families to heal, to remember their loved ones, for our communities to basically remember what we're fighting for, these people that have been murdered by the police, and what we need to change. And it would be really hurtful to the community as a whole, as well as these family members, for you to rezone that to commercial and not keep the murals up. Also, I would call for you to end the abatement. The unsheltered are being attacked by police. Our community does not want our taxpayer dollars going towards brutalizing the unsheltered.
moving them to a new place is not going to erase the problem. It's going to erase the people. We need more resources, not police. Community solutions. We need to listen to the people of color, their voices, and show support by leaving the murals up. So much positivity and healing has come out of these murals that taking that down would just, not be helpful. And back to the unsheltered, these marginalized groups, they are human beings. They are part of our communities. And we really need to do better at loving our neighbors that don't look like us, love like us, or believe like us. They are our neighbors. And how you treat them is how you would treat Christ. So you really need to think about that.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, we have Shay Stoddard, followed by Marvin Olibroth, and then Aaron Woodall. Give me one moment while I pull up Shay. Shay Stoddard, you're unmuted now.
Hi, this is Shay, they, them pronouns. Our community has claimed and embraced the space where the murals are for victims of police. We've made it a beautiful and peaceful space, and it would be immoral to try and rezone that and turn it commercial and take it away. And anyone in a position of power to keep that mural, keep those murals right where they are, has an obligation to the community to do so. I also wanted to say that we know that people are downtown to get resources, so we just need to continue to offer resources and support, and we cannot try and pair that with camp abatements and dispersals. We know that it's not effective in helping people get to resources or housing, and at this point I think we know it's not even effective in helping the businesses that are requesting any of these pushes. So we can just immediately stop pushing people. We also know that the programs and shelters do have requirements like government IDs, proof of homelessness, phone numbers, and how they can't take their belongings inside. So as long as we know that there aren't effective alternatives, we need to just peacefully let people stay where they're camping and provide more resources like bathroom, sanitation, garbage cans, and let them take care of themselves. Because we know we don't have an alternative quite yet. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
The next commenter we have is Marvin Olibroth. Marvin, you are unmuted.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, so I guess I'll just I'll keep it short, but many people have spoke a lot better than I ever will and have hit a lot of things dead on the nose. I've spoken with at least a couple of you council members personally in regards to much of this, so you guys know a lot where I stand at personally on the issues with the unsheltered residents here in the community. What we found so far is basically a synopsis I'll give is we've had business owners, we've had social workers, we've had community members, we've had homeowners in these communities express a lot of the same consensus, which comes to things like primarily resources rather than police. So with that being said, what we also understand is that the city council, as well as Salt Lake County Health Department, they've utilized the context and narrative of unsanitary conditions and things like that to push through these camp abatements. So with that being said, what you guys are hearing right now is what I suspect you guys already know, which is basically there's a huge lack of resources for the unsheltered community and in substance misuse communities and communities that deal with homelessness and houselessness at times. So you guys know this, but you utilize that narrative to in regards to unsanitary conditions in order to push these camp abatements, knowing the constraints you guys are operating in with the 9th District Court and the 10th District Court rulings in regards to the camp abatements that are now at the Supreme Court level out of Idaho and Colorado. So you utilize the health department to push that narrative of unsanitary conditions, resources that are very easily accommodated with the funding you guys have available to resolve. But you know, if you do that, you'll lose that narrative and that option to use that narrative to push these camp abatements. So what I'll end in saying is basically a couple demands that I think that you guys are hearing within these conversations is basically stop the camp abatements, provide resources, and you will not hurt the murals.
Your time has expired. You can feel free to add your comments to, as I said, at the email address or the phone number that we provided to you. Thank you. Sorry, we have to move on to the next commenter.
All right. Next, it looks like Aaron Woodall has left. We have David Kikanen. A moment while I pull his name up. David, you're unmuted.
Hi, thanks so much for hearing my voice in this conversation. I live downtown at South Temple and State Street, and I use he, him pronouns, and I want to vociferously speak out against the zoning change that would require this building from being torn down. These murals have to stay up. You've heard it over and over again, and I want to implore you to hear community members' voices as loudly as you hear dollars. I know that it's hard to weigh the voices of people who have enough money to support all sorts of different things in the community. But this is going to function as a democracy. We need each voice to be heard as equally as others. So someone who has all that extra power should not have a louder voice than everyone else in the community. This space is one of the, maybe the only true sacred space. We have religious spaces, we have memorials for all sorts of different things in the city, but we do not have one for our Black and brown neighbors to be able to mourn, to grieve, to have community space. And I want to speak in support of using this building a community support center. Speaking on the unsheltered issue, one thing that has not been said is the need for much more stringent rights for renters. So this is a push. Utah renters have almost zero rights, especially compared to other places in the country. So there are several groups that have sprouted up as the first groups in the state to speak out for renters rather than landlords' rights in the state. And that has happened only in the last 2 or 3 years. So there's a huge change on that front in order to avoid people from becoming unsheltered in the first place. And in terms of providing resources, we absolutely need more public health approach to addiction, to being unsheltered, to having mental health issues, and all of the above. We do not need a police presence or police intervention. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Was that Aaron?
That was David Kakaninden.
Oh, sorry, David. We'll get David. We can get you contact information for your state representatives. The state is the one who is in charge of rental rights or property rights and tenants' rights. We can get you that information so you can contact your state representative.
All right, next we have call-in user 74. First 3 is 505, and then we have call-in user 77. First 3, 312, followed by 701, and then Jack Law. So call-in user 74, first 3, 505. You are unmuted if you'd like to give your name and comment.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, hear you, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. My name is Dita Vai. Just wanted to, I guess, thank everybody for coming on board and all the support and help that everybody in the community has put into kind of put their voice out. I guess as for me, I just want to, speak to the people who are the leaders of the city to really just put yourself in our shoes, or yourself in a person who is unsheltered. As I was helping last winter to help feed the unsheltered folks and also to give them water and not knowing that we were going to hit a pandemic with the coronavirus and with Floyd with George Floyd passing, and along with everyone else who has passed away because of police brutality and the violence that has occurred because of the police brutality and everything else. Just find some good in you to just really think about just what it means to be in our shoes, or a person of color, or if you're black, or if you're Native American. Just imagine yourself to be in our shoes. And also for the murals, please, like, don't take that away from us in the community, because at least give that to us in remembrance of the people who passed away in your city, who were supposed to be protected by law enforcement or just the racism in the system of killing these different people. But that's just all I want to say, and I love y'all. But just really, if you really have love for the city, then you have to love everybody, not just the people who are paying for the city.
Thank you. We appreciate your comments.
Next, we have call-in user 77. First three is 312701, followed by Jack Law, then call-in user 7879, and then George Chapman. Call-in user 77, first 3312, you are unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Go ahead.
All right. My name is Devontae Powell. I'm an activist in the community. First off, I want to say thank you to Amy. Thank you to Mendenhall. You guys have been listening to us. I can tell. Your colleague James looks like he wants to go to sleep. He's tired of hearing the same thing over and over again. Anyways, the murals have to stay out. We're not asking you, we're telling you they have to stay. You taking those murals down, or not, better yet, not you, but you selling that to commercial, making the developers take it down. You guys don't want issues. You guys don't want us in the streets 1, 2 o'clock in the morning protesting, then leave them up. I know you guys are tired of hearing us yelling, all throughout the night, but the problem is systemic racism, police brutality. You guys see it. Something needs to be done about it. Like I said, we're not asking, we're telling you. Otherwise, there could be some issues around here. Second of all, what we need to see is something done with the unsheltered. I'm the millionth person tonight that said something about the unsheltered. There's a problem. This whole push them out, move their camps, no. Black Lives for Humanity has been out there every single night, feeding, providing clothes, things like that. The winter's coming up. We have kids out there that are 2, 3 years old with their parents, pregnant women. There's a problem. You pushing them out in the hall, I respect you, but you pushing them out is not the answer. And lastly, I want to let you guys know that Black Lives Matter every single day, and it is not negotiable, and it is not up for debate, and it's not conditional. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jack Law. Give me one moment while I pull Jack in. Jack, you're unmuted now.
Thank you. When people come to these meetings and speak about homelessness as a problem, it is often in the frame of not in my backyard. I want to remind the council and mayor that the problem is not people living inconveniently. The problem is that the city has failed them. Someone's trans child is on the street tonight because they will die if they go home. Someone's addicted brother is on the street because their father can no longer afford to support them. Someone is on the street with their child because their spouse will beat them if they try to get them warm. They are tired, they are alone, and they can all be woken up at 8 a.m. tomorrow by a cop screaming at them to put their hands up and explain why they're there. I'm a United States veteran with a 100% disability rating. I live on a fixed income and I spend money out of that income every week so I can put one sandwich, one pair of socks, and one bottled water into someone's hands who sits starving outside the fancy downtown Harmons. There are hundreds of people like me. Under other circumstances, I would invite the council and the mayor to speak with actual organizers, but we don't trust you. You send people to steal survival supplies and assault those who are too cold, tired, and hungry to follow orders. You heard a report today from people who were surprised that someone living in a tent on the side of the road didn't have their birth certificate handy. I have slept in a literal war zone and never had to worry this much about my safety. We handled sanitation concerns in that situation by providing more resources, not by asking people to need them more conveniently. With all due respect, Ms. Mayor, sleep on the ground before you make some of these calls. Hell, spend a week without turning your power on after the sun sets. Put on a disguise and go watch one of these camp abatements you're so proud of, but don't tell them you're going to be there. You might be surprised. You owe us better. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, we have call-in user 79. First three is 230. Call-in user 79, 801 230. You are unmuted if you'd like to provide your name and comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, hello. Happy watched. Lela kote wia hemachexto. My name is, I need a general and specific request here. My name is Vonda Eaglehorse, and I'm recognized with my federal tribe from the Cheyenne River Sioux tribe, Great Sioux Nation. I'm asking request here in a good way as a Native American Indigenous society and a Lamanite, born in the covenants of Jesus Christ, that we be recognized here at the Murrows. We planted these trees as a nonviolent direct action, and we ask in a good way that you uphold this building, for we've improved it like we have since, colonizers touched down, and we forgive that. And if these things are not upheld, we are going to challenge the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints as Lamanites to get our 10% back, even if we have to walk to the Capitol and be recognized as American Indian Movement. Our people are really, really trying to improve this land. We're not very satisfied with watching the guns against us because some of us survived the Wounded Knee Massacre. I am Chief Bigfoot's great-great-granddaughter. I do not like police brutality, justice for your 13-year-old autistic child, and this building should stay up because we've improved the land like generations before us since all slaughters touched down, and I don't like Thanksgiving. And I'm just saying, we really need to be recognized here as an Indigenous platform. There's murder, missing Indigenous statistics that are rising as, I don't want to say anything against Utah Citizens Alarm because they did great in finding the Amber Alert today with my granddaughter. And I really think it's great that, when people come together in communication and there's a solution to all these problems. And with that, my name is Block's First Woman, and I survived the Wounded Knee Massacre. Please honor our treaties through Leonard's House here and uphold our...
Thanks for your comments. I'm sorry that we can't let you finish. We have to move on to our next commenter.
Next, we have call-in user 80, first three 505, followed by George Chapman. Call-in user 80, first three 505. You're unmuted if you'd like to provide your name and comment. Call-in user 80, are you there? First three 505.
Leave the mirrors and walk
Okay. We will move to George Chapman. One moment. George, you're unmuted now.
Hi, this is George Chapman. I have 4 different comments on RMF 30, on the Asian market, on the demolition ordinance, and general comments. So, RMF 30, I urge you not to pass the RMF 30 proposal. Cindy Crummer's right. Amy's right. The proposal will hurt affordable housing. It will also affect schools since too many housing units don't expect kids. They actually make more money with studios and one-bedroom units. So Salt Lake City should use the 80% of the property in Salt Lake City that is not used for residential use and use that property for housing, like west side of Redwood Road. And if you want more housing fast, put a park in the Fleet Block. That'll encourage development of housing, and it'll develop like Sugar House, which developed quickly due to the open space. And that's according to Nick Norris, who talked this afternoon about livable space, remember? That needs a park. Open space encourages housing and economic development faster than higher density zoning. Single-family zones are not creating the housing shortage, and don't get me started on shared or SROs. On the Asian Market 416th East, 9th South project, or rezone, excuse me, I call attention to the appropriate rezoning of the Asian Market property, which is not impacted by this rezone. It doesn't affect it at all. But it has created backlash partly due to the concerns about parking. Parking is important, and the city should acknowledge that. I encourage the city to ensure that parking requirements do not decrease for any new project. Both Central 9th and 9th and 9th areas are already upset about the lack of parking, and when the 9-line trail goes in front of this property on 9th South, the whole street will effectively gentrify. The city should start outreach now so the proposed restaurant row isn't a surprise. On the demolition ordinance,
George, you still there? George?
Council Chair, it looks like George has disconnected from the meeting.
Okay. Do we have any other commenters?
No, Council Chair, that was the last commenter.
Okay. Thank you to everybody who called in tonight. We appreciate it. I appreciate the comments that were said early too about taking a personal privilege, and I know that this is repetitive for my colleagues, and so I'm sorry about that. But I hope that for the commenters that are still listening or media, there's so much energy and passion that we hear in these comments, and we really appreciate people setting aside the time to come forward and come and talk to us as a council. We as the city government are giving so much of our resources to try to do and accomplish the things that we agree on, to try to provide shelter and care for our unsheltered population. That's why we give more to affordable housing, give more affordable housing dollars than any other government in the state of Utah, including the state government. That's why we have voluntarily hosted more homeless resource centers than any other city in the state of Utah. And under our system of government, the county provides the services that go hand in hand with addressing homelessness. And so I really hope that you will take your energy and your passion and not just come to these meetings, but direct them towards the state and the county and towards your federal representatives as well. We could do so much more good if we were organized, and if we had Salt Lake City residents that were reaching up to their other elected officials at the other levels of government and trying to help us, because Salt Lake City cannot solve this homelessness problem for the entire state of Utah. We can't. We don't have the resources. We don't have there's no way for us to do it on our own. And we really need residents that care as passionately and strongly as all of you do, and who have taken the time to call in, to take that time and energy and direct that towards the other levels of government that can truly help us, give us the tools to provide the types of services that the city can't provide. I'm talking about mental health services. I'm talking about medical services. I'm talking about education. Those are the things that other levels of government deal with, and we need you to help direct your voice and your comments towards those levels of government as well, or we're not going to get the kind of change that you're asking for. Finally, on the murals, I just want to point out that this is city-owned property. These murals were painted on city property, and we've allowed them to stay there because we understand how important they are to the community. We understand the artistic value, the cultural value, and even the spiritual value of these. And the city could, if they had wanted to, they could have, we could have gotten rid of these murals a long time ago, and we wouldn't have had a public hearing about it. We didn't do that because that's not what we want to do. We don't want to see the murals just thoughtlessly destroyed. But this is a piece of property that is really important for the whole city. And it means that we have to move forward with the plans that have taken 10 years to put in place. And it doesn't mean that we're going to destroy the murals, or it doesn't mean that we're not going to find some other way to bring the same honor and reverence to those murals and to that spot with something else. And so I hope people understand that it's not our intent with this rezone to just destroy the murals. It's not our intent to just get rid of something that we clearly have seen has value to our community. We want to find a way to incorporate that moving forward. But the amount of misinformation about what we're doing is really not the best use of all of our energy, because we hear you and we understand you and we do value the murals, and that's why we've allowed them to continue to exist and to be a gathering place for the community. I hope that anybody that's still listening will share that information with the community so that we can, again, put our efforts to the best possible use and try to really address the barriers that are stopping these problems. Creating these problems and stopping us from moving forward. Thank you. Sorry to my colleagues for the repetitiveness.
Council Chair?
Yes.
So sorry to interrupt. George Chapman has returned, and we have had two more. We have had two more individuals call in user 82 and 83. Would you like me to go ahead and unmute George?
Yes. Thank you for ruining my awesome speech, Bobby. No, it's fine. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, it was a great speech, actually. I liked it. The demolition ordinance. On 2 minutes or less, the demolition ordinance, stay on top of it, pass it, but stay on top of it to ensure that it gets rid of bad buildings. Thank you to the mayor for a better homeless outreach, better than any time in the last 5 years, 6 years. Thank you. But one camp at a time is not enough. It needs to be done faster, at more than 7th South. It's ridiculous. And criminal behavior does increase violence, not just against everybody else, but against the homeless by the criminals. So please please consider police walking patrols. And why is anybody living on the street right now when the CARES Act specifically provides funds for homeless housing? That should be distributed. They should be in hotels right now. And finally, I know it's not easy waiting for hours to hear me speak, but thank you for listening.
Thank you, George.
Council Chair, we have call-in user 82, who is 801-330. Call-in user 82, you are unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Mike Z. I am a member of this community and also a member of the Black Lives Matter movement. Yeah, I just want to say real quick, I didn't know I was going to be 3.5 hours before I could speak, but I appreciate the time. I just wanted to say a couple things real quick. First, I want to address the unsheltered. Second, be a general comment. As a member of the Black Lives Matter movement and as a Hispanic and an African-American man, you know, I'm pretty outraged and extremely disappointed on how the mayor's treating the unsheltered here in our city. I mean, it's disgusting. And I've been out there and I witnessed the Salt Lake City Police Department come with the Board of Health and just literally go through all the unsheltered families' belongings, throw them in the back of trailers. I mean, I really had to see something like that to be this outraged and disgusted. And I think it's a shame that the mayor thinks that that her plan is going to work. The winter time's coming. There should have been shelter from them, and they shouldn't be split up from their families either. It's just disgusting. My second point is definitely going to be about the mural wall and the police brutality victims. As a member of this community, and as an African American man, as a Black man, and as a member of the community, this is disgusting that to even talk or discuss this. And please don't minimize how we feel about how we grieve and how we feel about that wall. And that building should be a community center. And everyone has already articulated everything tonight that's in my heart. So I love everybody that called in, and Black Lives Matter, and you know that, and we know that, and the mayor should know it more than any. And we're not stopping, and we're still boots on the ground. And beautiful job, Ray and Tasha and Cece and Lex and Marvin and Devontae and everybody else that called in. Great job. Love you guys, and we're going to keep on fighting. Yeah, I hear my time is up, but we're going to keep on fighting.
Thank you. Thank you.
The next caller is call-in user 83. The first three is 699. Call-in user 83, first three 699. You are unmuted if you'd like to provide your name and comment. Call-in user 83, first three 699. All right. We will move on to call-in user 84. First three is 645. Call-in user 84, first three 645. You are unmuted if you'd like to provide your name and comment, please.
My name is Colin Williams. You guys might have an issue with your WebEx, so I think both Mike and I were on the whole time. I had to call back in to get connected, just as a plan note for that. First up, as a general comment, just to say really more of a beginning with a kind of a thought experiment, just for anyone who's been listening and for hopefully the council as well. When you guys picture the neighborhoods that you would want to live in, that you would want your kids to be in, and then I want you to picture the neighborhoods that you'd be maybe a little afraid to live in. Now imagine yourself on the street corner in both of those neighborhoods. In the neighborhood that's less safe, how often do you think you'd see the police drive by? And the neighborhood that's more safe, how often do you think you'd see the police drive by? If the answer to police, or if the answer to safety is more police, then I imagine that when I lived in the Avenues versus Poplar Grove, I would have seen more police drive by. But we know that's not the answer. So please, when you're considering funding, consider what will actually make the city safe, what will actually help us. Mayor Mendenhall, well on the way to becoming a MILF, a mayor I'd like to fund, as long as that funding actually makes the city safe. Now moving on to the other actual point for resetting the clock. So the form base for urban neighborhood number 3 in that regard. At the beginning of the meeting, and I want to commend everyone for passing Indigenous Peoples Day, getting that through, and recognizing that unfortunately some horrible things have occurred on this land, on this nation, in this city, that we can't necessarily undo, but we can recognize. So I hope that when it's said that if there is a rezoning done, that the commemoration of the people that have been lost, I hope that you guys take that same initiative that you did with the Indigenous Peoples Day to put your words, put your money where your mouth is.
Thank you. Thanks for your comments. Okay.
Council Chair, I was just going to check back in with call-in user 83, and we have one more individual, Danny S. Peraza. One moment. Call-in user 83, first 3699, you are unmuted. Call-in user 83, first 3699. All right, and it looks like Danny has left the meeting, so that was our last commenter, Council Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and move on. We are on item sorry, everyone. We are on item B1, or I'm sorry, I'll look for a motion for item B1. That was an ordinance that would amend the RMF 30 zoning district and corresponding sections of Salt Lake City zoning ordinance.
Mr. Chair, I move that the council close this public hearing, but note that a second public hearing has been scheduled for October 20th, 2020.
Second.
Second. Oh.
Okay, and I have a motion from Councilmember Fowler, a second from Councilmember Valdemoros. Is there any discussion to this item? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and roll call it. Councilmember Rogers?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnston?
Yes.
Councilmember Valdemoros?
Yes.
Councilmember Mono?
Yes.
Councilmember Dugan?
Yes.
Councilmember Fowler?
Yes.
Okay. The next item is zoning map amendment for 402 and 416 East, 900 South, the Southeast Market. I'll look for a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
I move that the council close the public hearing and note a second public hearing has been scheduled for October 20th of 2020.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Valdemoros and a second from Councilmember Fowler. Is there any discussion to this? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and roll call it. Councilmember Rogers?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnston?
Yes.
Councilmember Valdemoros?
Yes.
Councilmember Mono?
Yes.
Councilmember Dugan?
Yes.
Councilmember Fowler?
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. That passes unanimously. We will go ahead and move on to item B3, which is an ordinance amending Chapter 18.44, the Fire Prevention and International Code. I'll look for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move the council close the public hearing and adopt the ordinance. Second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Johnston, a second from Councilmember Rogers. Is there any discussion to this item? Seeing none, then we will go ahead and move on to a roll call vote. Councilmember Rogers?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnston?
Yes.
Councilmember Valdemoros?
Yes.
Councilmember, Councilmember Mono?
Yes.
Councilmember Dugan?
Yes.
Councilmember Fowler?
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. That's unanimous. Council members, I've got to ask for just a 5-minute break. We've got some message coming in, so can you give me just 5 minutes? Thank you. Thanks everybody for being back. I'm sorry for the delay and sorry for the interruptions. Just had to, but there's something that we need to address. The last person that called in, that was call-in user number 84, identified themselves as Colin, made a comment during his period that I actually had to go back and listen to because I wasn't quite sure what I heard, but made a comment to the effect of calling the mayor a MILF, and then stating that this was a mayor I'd like to fund. And I wasn't sure if that's what I heard at the time, and I regret that I didn't shut that down immediately because I wasn't quite sure. I regret even more that I, out of habit, I typically thank the callers for calling in and thank that caller. I don't appreciate those comments. I'm not thankful, and I take that back, and I apologize for saying it. We have the rules that we have for decorum so that people feel safe to participate. We condemn racist remarks, and we condemn any type of sexist remarks along with that in no uncertain terms. And we have those rules so that people feel safe to participate in these meetings. And clearly, because of the last commenter, our own mayor doesn't even feel safe to participate in the rest of this meeting. I understand that it's late and that we're tired and that people are, feeling passionately about these issues, but we absolutely cannot abide or tolerate in any way anybody calling in and making remarks that are as despicable as that. I'm sorry, we just cannot allow it. And I want to make sure that it's very clear for our meetings going forward that we will be much stricter in enforcing the policies of decorum for this meeting. This is still an open public meeting. And even though you may disagree with us, people who tune in need to respect this body, this council, need to respect the elected office that we have the privilege of holding, and need to respect the office of the mayor as well. So I just wanted to make that very clear that I absolutely condemn those comments, and that I'm very sorry that it took us a few minutes to verify what was happening, to go back and to address the situation. So I apologize to you listening at home. I apologize to my colleagues for that. And I also apologize mostly to Mayor Mendenhall, and pledge that we will be stricter in enforcing these types of bias, prejudice, and disgusting comments moving forward. Thank you. Council members, we are at agenda item number 4. Which is an ordinance that would rezone the master plan amendment at 261 North and Redwood Road. I'll look for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion. I move that the council close the public hearing and adopt the ordinance.
Is there a second?
Second.
The second motion from Councilmember Dugan, a second from Councilmember Fowler. Is there any discussion of this item?
That was
Seeing none.
Councilmember Valdemoros.
Oh, I'm sorry. A second from Councilmember Valdemoros. Is there any discussion to this item? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and proceed to a roll call vote. Councilmember Rogers.
Yes.
Councilmember Johnston.
Yes.
Councilmember Valdemoros.
Yes.
Councilmember Mono.
Yes.
Councilmember Dugan.
Yes.
Councilmember Fowler.
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. That passes unanimously. We'll move on to item B5, which is an ordinance to rezone property at 989 East, 900 South. I'll look for a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I move that the council close the public hearing and adopt the ordinance.
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Dugan. I have a motion from you, second from Councilmember Valdemoros. Is there any discussion to this item? Seeing none, we will go ahead and proceed to a roll call vote. Councilmember Rogers.
Yes.
Councilmember Johnston.
Yes.
Councilmember Valdemoros.
Yes.
Councilmember Mono.
Yes.
Councilmember Dugan.
Yes.
Councilmember Fowler.
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. That passes unanimously. We will move on to agenda item B6, which is an ordinance for the cemetery master plan. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move that the council close this public hearing and note a second public hearing has been scheduled for October 20th, 2020.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion from Councilmember Fowler, a second from Councilmember Valdemoros. Is there any discussion to this item? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and proceed to a roll call vote. Councilmember Rogers.
Yes.
Councilmember Johnston.
Yes.
Councilmember Valdemoros.
Yes.
Councilmember Mono.
Yes.
Councilmember Dugan.
Yes.
Councilmember Fowler.
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. That passes unanimously. We'll move on to agenda item number 7, which is an ordinance that would amend the rezoning map and future land use map for property located at 833 South, 800 East. I'll look for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that the council close this public hearing and note a second public hearing has been scheduled for October 20th, 2020.
Second.
And thank you. I have a motion from Councilmember Fowler, second from Councilmember Rogers. Is there any discussion of this item? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and proceed to a roll call vote. Councilmember Rogers.
Yes.
Johnston.
Yes.
Valdemoros.
Yes.
Dugan.
Yes.
Mono.
Yes.
Fowler.
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. We'll go ahead and move forward to agenda item B8, which is an ordinance that would make changes to the city's demolition ordinance. I'll look for motion.
Mr. Chair, I move the council close the public hearing and note a second public hearing has been scheduled for October 20th, 2020.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Rogers and a second from Councilmember Valdemoros. Is there any discussion to this item? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and proceed to a roll call vote. Councilmember Rogers.
Yes.
Councilmember Johnston.
Yes.
Valdemoros.
Yes.
Mono.
Yes.
Dugan.
Yes.
Fowler.
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. That passes unanimously. We're now at agenda item B9, which is an ordinance that would approve various changes to Salt Lake City Code relating to early modification of the public, notification to the public and recognized community organizations for landscape projects.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
I move the council close the public hearing and note a second public hearing has been scheduled for October 20th, 2020.
We have a motion from Councilmember Johnston. Is there a second?
Second.
And a second from Councilmember Dugan. Is there any discussion of this item? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and roll call vote. Councilmember Rogers.
Yes.
Johnston.
Yes.
Valdemoros.
Yes.
Mono.
Yes. Sorry.
Thank you. Dugan.
Yes.
Fowler.
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. That passes unanimously. We're now at section C of our agenda. We've already addressed item C1, which is general comments to the city council. That brings us to item C2, which is comments to the mayor, who, as I discussed, is not available tonight or for the rest of our meeting. We'll move to item D. That is regarding an ordinance that would update the transportation section of the city's impact fees facilities plan. And this is the first of 4 updates that the council is making to impact fees. Others are fire, parks, and police. Council adoption begins a 90-day waiting period before the new fees are implemented. It expands fees from 5 land uses to 35 uses, and this update allows for the city to leverage transportation impact fees with funding from voter-approved streets reconstruction bonds. I'll look for a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
move that the council adopt an ordinance updating the impact fees facilities plan for transportation services and amend the consolidated fee schedule.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion from Councilmember Johnston, a second from Councilmember Rogers. Is there any discussion of this? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and roll call it. Councilmember Rogers,
Yes.
Johnston,
Yes.
Valdemoros,
Yes.
Mono,
Yes.
Dugan,
Yes.
Fowler,
Yes.
and I'm a yes as well. That passes unanimously. We'll move on to our second potential action item, which is an ordinance to increase the building heights within a portion of the GMU Gateway Mixed Use Zoning District from a current maximum of 120 feet up to 190 feet across portions of 2 separate blocks located between 5th West and the railroad tracks and 200 South and 400 South. I'll look for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that the council defer action to a later date, 20 October, to allow council members the opportunity to consider incentive options to include density bonus programs, affordable housing, and open space.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion from Councilmember Dugan, a second from Councilmember Mono. Is there any discussion of this item? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and proceed to a roll call vote. Councilmember Rogers,
Yes.
Johnston,
Yes.
Valdemoros,
Yes.
Fowler, Mono,
Yes.
Dugan,
Yes.
Fowler,
Yes.
okay. And I'm a yes as well. That passes unanimously. We will move to agenda item Part E of our agenda, which is a motion to ratify the determination that the council will continue to meet remotely without an anchor location pursuant to HB 5002. I'll look for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move we ratify.
Thank you. I have a motion from Councilmember Fowler, Councilmember Johnston, a second from Councilmember Valdemoros. Is there any discussion to this?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, I didn't second that one. I think it was.
Oh, sorry, was it you, Fowler?
Yeah.
Sorry about that. A second from Councilmember Fowler. Any discussion to this? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and proceed to a roll call vote. Councilmember Rogers.
Yes.
Johnston.
Yes.
Valdemoros.
Yes.
Mono.
Yes.
Dugan.
Yes.
Fowler.
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. Can we move to agenda item E2 is a resolution that would extend the mayor's September 8th, 2020 proclamation declaring a local emergency relating to the windstorm.
Mr. Chair, I move that the council adopt a resolution extending a proclamation declaring a local emergency relating to the windstorm until December 9th, 2020.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Fowler, a second from Councilmember Dugan. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and proceed to a roll call vote. Councilmember Rogers.
Yes.
Johnston.
Yes.
Valdemoros.
Yes.
Mono.
Yes.
Dugan.
Yes.
Fowler.
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. That passes unanimously. We will now move on to agenda item number E3, which is a resolution that would extend the mayor's March 18th proclamation declaring a local emergency related to the magnitude 5.7 earthquake. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move that we extend the emergency proclamation related to the earthquake until December 9th, 2020.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Fowler, a second from Councilmember Dugan. Is there any discussion of this item? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and proceed to a roll call vote. Councilmember Rogers.
Yes.
Johnston.
Yes.
Valdemoros.
Yes.
Mono.
Yes.
Dugan.
Yes.
Fowler.
Sorry, I'm a yes. It
Okay.
cut out for a minute. Yes.
Thanks, I'm a yes as well. That passes unanimously. We are now at portion F of our agenda. Item F1 is an ordinance that would restrict the Salt Lake City Police Department from receiving or requiring certain military surplus equipment, property such as military-grade weapons, combat aircraft, and armored vehicles.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I move that the council adopt an ordinance enacting chapter 2.10.190 restricting military surplus equipment in the police department with the changes shown on the motion sheet to lines 40 through 46 to clarify that if the council identifies a financial or legislative policy reason to reject a donation of military surplus property, then the donation can be rejected. I don't think I need to read the rest. It's all there. Katie,
Okay.
I don't know if you're still on here, but I don't think you need to read the rest.
Second.
You are correct, Councilmember Fowler.
Thank you.
Okay. I have a motion from Councilmember Fowler. Is there a second?
Second.
And a second from Councilmember Johnston. Is there any discussion of this? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and proceed to a roll call vote. Councilmember Rogers.
Yes.
Johnston.
Yes.
Morris.
Yes.
Mono.
Yes.
Dugan.
Yes.
Fowler.
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. That passes unanimously. We are at item F2, which is a resolution that would approve the proposed redesign of the Salt Lake City flag. I'll look for a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
do the council approve the resolution adopting the new city flag?
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Johnston, a second from Councilmember Mono. Is there any discussion to this?
And that was Councilmember Dugan.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Dugan. Second from Councilmember Dugan. Any discussion to this? Seeing none, we will proceed to a roll call vote. Councilmember Rogers.
Yes.
Johnston.
Yes.
Valdemoros.
Yes.
Amano.
Yes.
Dugan.
Yes.
Fowler.
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. That passes unanimously. We'll move on to item G, which is the consent agenda. It's the last item on our agenda. I'll look for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Mono and a second from Councilmember Rogers. Is there any discussion to this item? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and roll call it. Councilmember Rogers.
Yes.
Johnston.
Yes.
Valdemoros.
Yes.
Mono.
Yes.
Dugan.
Yes.
Fowler,
Yes.
and I'm a yes as well. That brings us to, oh, sorry, that is the end. Thank you, council members, and we will stand adjourned. Thank you.